something changed inside of me. The inner human slowly deadening me. I feel it come alive. The darkness brings me light. There ain't no stopping it, and you will never hide from me. Pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night, ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The beast is alive and break it free. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. Keep putting more chains on the beast. Hope it don't break loose. You better hope so too. I'm still inside. I'm still here. What have I done? When did this all start? I have become a monster in the dark, a hunger like no other, running on instinct. Was this creature always inside of me? The pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night, ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The beast is alive and break it free. It's hard to be human, think human, feel human. Keep putting more chains on the beast. Hope it don't break loose. You better hope so too.
Dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our grave. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow.
All right, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, and this is PRT. Sorry it takes so long to get on here. I didn't even look at the time. I wasn't realizing it, and I was going over some notes, and I realized that I have half of them. That's okay, even though my phone is dead. Today was kind of whacked out. Today kind of sucked for me. Yeah, days are days. I mean, sometimes you have some good days, and sometimes you have days that just don't. Things happen that you don't plan for. You know what I mean? Like, I did not plan for this. I did not plan for not this show, but I mean, I didn't plan for the power to go out this morning. Oh, get this. This is crazy, right? So me, Anthony, and Tony were having a discussion with one of the witnesses, and it was early this morning. They're apparently an early riser, even on Sunday. And we had all come back from the gym. It was me, Anthony, Tony, Nellie, and Maddie. Yes, we all went to work out. And Maddie is so bad at it that it took forever. So I was in there doing the red light therapy and you know, doing the they have like a massage water bed, whatever. And they were still trying to show Maddie how to work out. So it broke down to everybody just actually lifting the weights for her because she's so weak. And you know, it's horrible. It is so horrible. I don't know what we're gonna do with her. You know, she's so weak that she can't. That she's gonna need special braces to like robotically help her walk and move her arms because the air pressure is too much to hold her limbs. She can't walk through the air. I'm kidding, folks. That's not true. All right. And if it looks like I just woke up, I did because. All right. So here's what happened. It's kind of a weird thing. It's not really, I don't know if this is paranormal or not, but it definitely was not fun. But we're on the phone and then the power goes out. And it was like 8 this morning. So we all thought, you know, we're up a little later than usual. We're going to get this done. And so we started going over the episode for tonight. And we were like, you know, let's talk to this guest. And I can't remember. I remember her name. But I was trying to remember the other person's name. So tonight's going to be a little bit different. We have a few stories to go over. One of them is a woman named Trish. That's what she goes by. And another one is her name is Alicia. And I was getting them mixed up, and Tony kept like going like, dude, you're getting them mixed up. It's two different people. And I'm like, okay. So explain to me, master guru of person that never pays attention. But I was off. I was wrong. And of course, Maddie was no help, you know, and Nellie was busy doing stuff on the deal or whatever. Because Maddie's one of those people, her and Anthony are very similar, where if they do anything like that takes a little bit of work or energy, they have to sleep for 2 days so they can recharge. I don't do that. I'm not that kind of guy. Tony's a little better. You know, he'll just stay sleepy all day. But he'll still manage, he'll function, and his brain won't be any worse than it usually is, which is terrible. It's always sucks. It's always that way. You know what I mean? So I'm cracking on these people. So anyways, now, so what happens? So we're talking about these encounters, right? And this has happened before. There's been a few things that have happened, and we hear this like loud crash, and we don't know where it came from. It was just like it came from nowhere. And then like maybe 20 minutes later, and Anthony just got back. Was like 20 minutes after that, the power went out. Was that that about right?
Yeah, it was about 9 o'clock this morning.
Well, it was almost 9 by the time the power went out.
Yeah,
it was 8 something. We were talking, and then about 8:30, we were hitting our stride, and we were going over everything. We're like, okay, so this is what we're going to do, because we hadn't made up our minds until the 11th hour. Like, we don't know what we're going to do. You know?
Yeah.
Shade Viking, how's it going, man?
I mean, we had plenty to do. We didn't know how to organize it.
We didn't know what we were going to do.
Yeah.
So there wasn't an argument. I would say it's like a friendly debate, I guess, on what we should do and how we should, in what order we should approach this in. So we were looking through the files, and Maddie's here now. I guess she's got enough energy to finally show up. I mean, she exerted her energy for the month just on that workout last night. Hopefully you can make it, Maddie. It was pretty hard doing the bare minimum of the lifting you did. I know it's tough. It's really tough. I'm over here. I did 44 exercises. She's doing 14, and she's like, I feel like I'm dying. I was like, yes, that's the weakness leaving your body. Then she collapsed, and I'm like, oh, here we go again. Call the ambulance.
No, all the weakness is gone, and there's nothing left.
I'm tired of these skinny people falling off the earth because they just can't fall off the edge of the earth.
Falling through the cracks in the floor.
No, but and luckily for us, there's a guy that works out there. He's a really nice guy. He's an African-American guy. He's a just born-again Christian, really, really good dude. And while Maddie was doing her workout wrong, because I didn't have time to sit there and monitor the children to see what they were doing, he goes over there and he helps her, shows her how to. And that was fine. He was critiquing her. Then he critiqued me, and I'm like, hey, buddy, I don't take critiques from nobody. All right, I know everything. Now, I had to explain to him, I was like, I am doing it wrong for a reason, because my elbow is jacked up and I wear a brace and it's still not completely healed. So when I do the tricep, I have to turn out. I can't do it. There's a certain way I can't, because
it's
it
like
hurts.
There's two groups of people who do exercises incorrectly. Those who have no idea what they're doing, and those who have been doing it for like decades and know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
Well, I told him, I said, look, I know. And I showed him, I said, I can't do it like the normal, like right now anyway, with my elbow the way it is. And he was like, oh, okay. He's like, because you look like you know how to work out for most, I was like, yeah, I do. I've been doing it forever. He's like, yeah, but your daughter, he thought she was my daughter. He goes, are these your kids? I said, hell no, my kids will look much better looking than these kids. I was like, dude, my illegitimate children that are all over the world. They're in Hong Kong, they're in Singapore,
Mongolia,
Africa,
Cambodia,
Guatemala. You're throwing out places I haven't been. Stop lying. Thailand. Where else have I been here? Let's see.
Luxembourg,
Canada, Greece, Italy.
Ivory Coast.
The Ivory Coast, been there. South Africa. They're everywhere. My children are all over this earth. I have 147 of them.
1,000.
1,000 trillion. I have across the galaxy.
11,000.
11,000. There you go. 1,100 of them. Now I don't have any children running around everywhere. Maybe there's one in Oregon. I that has not been confirmed, sir.
Evan. Daddy, is it you? I finally found you.
Daddy, what are you doing, Daddy? So
I knew you were just going to the store for cigarettes.
Did I ever tell you that story? I don't know if I've ever told you that. When I was working downtown and they tricked me.
I don't think so.
Well,
I mean, you might have, but
yeah, Dean, it's not for this show tonight, but I got tricked with my brother, and then they think that they're funny. They think they're cute. And this dude wouldn't stop, and I almost beat him up. I'm like, look, dude, you better stop. You ain't my kid. Stop acting. He tried to hug me because he kind of looked like me. And the timeline was kind of like, I was like, dude, nah, you better go on, dude. And then I was like thinking, this dude doesn't look like like he's that young. He was like Maddie. He's one of those people that looks like a kid. You look like a small alien person, but you're not. And then it turned out he was like actually 10 years older. And I got real mad. I was like, be trying to hug me and call me dad and stuff. So Dee and them thought it was cute. Because Dee found out when he was a dad, kind of the same way. Yeah. It wasn't right what happened to him. And we had a private investigator looking for Zane, looking for his son. So anyways, the power goes out, and then we're like, great. But it's still, you can see, it's daylight, right? So it's not like it's some devastating thing. So then we end up, get this, we end up having to go to sleep. And then my wife's like, oh, we have a problem. Well, what's the problem? And I can't even get into it. We had a problem. And then I didn't get any rest. and we have these backup generators, and guess what? It wasn't fully charged.
Oh, no.
And then the other generators are out at the ranch. And so here we go. I was too tired. I'm not driving 36 miles to go. I'm too tired.
And back.
Yeah, and back. And so I did my best. And
pull your mic closer.
then it was cold. Okay, the problem though, here's the problem. It was cold. It was like 47 degrees. I said 47, whatever. That's why I said that, because it was 47 degrees today. Isn't that weird?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, it's supposed to warm up. Well, for some reason, our neighborhood didn't. They were like, the neighbors are out walking around and whatever, but I walk outside. I'm like, why is it cold right here in these 5 houses? And then we find out, okay, well, the power's supposed to come back on at 3 or 4, whatever, 4 o'clock. It didn't happen. So I said, I'm going to the studio because this is like a little condo up here. So I said, okay. And then I get up here and I forget my recliner that was up here. My brother broke it. So the nice recliner we had, well, it wasn't super nice, but it was comfortable. And so the chairs that were up here that you could lay in and sleep in, that ain't happening. They're not here. So I gotta squinch up into a little love seat and try to get an hour's worth of sleep before I could get on the show tonight. And man, I'm here. I'm here. You know, and but it was not the easiest thing in the world to be here tonight. I mean, I was like, ugh. You know, and Anthony comes and he wakes me up, and I start kicking at him. I think I'm dreaming. Dude. That was, I was getting bad dreams in there. I was like, what in the hell is going on? I'm getting attacked over here. But the nice Ashley, was there a mean Ashley counterpart? She says, I love my PRT shirt. Thank you guys so much. Oh, good, you got your shirt. I'm glad. There's a bunch of people should be getting their stuff real soon.
I thought we made that joke last time where like we said that she has an evil twin called the evil Ashley or something.
Yeah, because she said she's the nice Ashley, I guess.
Yeah.
So if you got your stuff, good. Congratulations. Still like 22 people, right? 22 got mailed out. So if you're Patreon, or if you're and it was your time to get your stuff, your Patreon, or if you're a member, be a member. Get in green. Get in green, because we're doing a giveaway tonight, and we're going to be giving away these and books. So awesome stuff. We were actually in the process of making an order. We are going to redo our dream of making jerseys for you guys, and that's what we were doing, along with going over the encounters of these wonderful people who were nice enough to give them to us. And we were also sitting there, you know, going over their football. What is it, Tony?
No, they're football jerseys and baseball jerseys, but I mean, you can either make them either one, right?
Yeah, you can have either one.
Yeah. I prefer the football jersey because we got those baseball jerseys before, and
yeah, but those were prototypes that didn't work out.
Yeah, the problem is the buttons.
We can't make a bunch of them.
Yeah, so these you can mass produce.
Mm-hmm.
So you can mass produce these. So what we're going to do, folks, those are going to be available, but they're not going to be cheap. That's the problem. There is no way to make them cheap. Okay. So the best we can do is $100. I'm joking. It'll be less than that, but it's going to be like a jerk. It's going to cost some money. And so if you're interested in those, you'll have to let us know, and then we can, and we're going to make those, and they should be in a couple of weeks. We should be able to model them. I'll be modeling it with my new slim stomach. See that?
Your slim profile.
Look at that. My slim. I'm slim. Look at that. Woo! I'm so happy that I can actually suck it in enough to look flat. Now I feel like that. I'm a model. You know I am. I do my little turn on the catwalk. and y'all don't even know what that is, because y'all are too stupid and young.
My bad for being born later.
You should be. You should be.
If it's worse than
Oopsie-daisy.
Charlie's Chippendale, then I'm glad I don't know what it is.
Look like Chris. You see me with my shirt off, man. I look. You know what? I have a friend in the UFC. Tank Abbott. I look kind of like Tank. Yeah, I look kind of like Tank. I'm a little bit, but I got the humongous traps.
Yeah, but I'm saying what you're singing sounds like it's something worse than that.
It is. It's a horrible song. I'm just saying now that I'm singing it because now I've lost weight, I feel more sexy. Is that okay? Is that okay to be sexy? Is it okay? Huh?
I'm just too sexy
for my shirt. Against the law.
Oh, I'm too sexy for my shirt.
See, that's something we all know.
Hurts. Too sexy. I like that part. Anyways, you get the point. I still have the weird head, so nothing's going to change that. My hair,
A giant head.
my hair is perfect. Yeah, I still got a big head, but I got a humongous body. What do you want me to do, man? I'm sorry I throw up massive amounts of weight, and everybody at the gym looks at me in awe. They're like, I wish I could be like that, man.
I see it all the time. We all like stop and they start clapping.
They do. They clap.
Everybody in the gym.
I spin around, and then I realize I'm just on DMT, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
what?
where's all?
Woo! Hey,
Oh, shrooms are wearing off, man.
And I'm just in the corner clapping at you, making it worse.
Anthony's over there. He's doing curls. You're doing the pull-ups. I walk up and I'm crawling. I'm like, guys, I'm getting the fear. There's a barbell. He's chasing me. I think I'm getting the fear.
I just need a little pick me up, man. Just a little pick me up.
Y'all are like, here we go again with a GHB cocktail at the gym. Come on, dude. Can you please get it together? And you've pooped yourself again. Come on. It happens, man. It just happens. So we ended up talking to these people, and so Tony corrected me because I had gotten, or you, whatever, one of y'all people, because I got the names mixed up. All right. So sorry. All right. So my apologies to Trisha and the other one. What the heck? I got the name. I can't remember. Alicia. Tony even texted it to me. The reason my phone's dead. I can't look and go, hey, there it is. I mean, that's the excuse. I got the excuse. You think you're tough. Think you're tough. You ever seen that where the people, they fight like this?
Yeah.
I think people are so drunk and on drugs that they did this. And he actually won.
Wow.
Because the other guy was swinging the opposite
Doing
direction.
the windmill.
Oh, he was fighting somebody that was invisible. We didn't see him. I think he won that fight, but then lost to the guy we could see.
He was fighting a demon. So I mean, he chose
We'll
the
say
greater
that.
evil.
We'll say he was protecting the world from a Cthulhu-like invasion.
Or he was fighting a microscopic person.
It was Ant-Man.
It was a quantum invasion.
Yeah.
There it is. I don't always, see demons, but when I do, whoop, there it is. So anyways, we'll start off. How do we start this off? Because there were two stories that were very similar, but we didn't think that the one story would be long enough to last the duration of the show.
Mm-hmm.
So we went into two others, and that's where things got a little dicey, because here's what's weird. We thought it was the same person. We honestly thought it was the same person, because I was like, no, this story is the same as the other, but no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So then we went down the rabbit hole this morning, folks, and we're like, how many stories do we have of people being abducted and taken to other realms? A bunch. Like a bunch. You know what a bunch is? Like a whole bunch. And then you get this. Why are your eyeballs exploding? What is this? Exploding eyeballs. Hello, my lovelies. My eyeballs. My eyeballs are exploding. Well, he got the Yorkshire accent. Your eyeballs, man.
Too much caffeine.
I don't know what to tell you. My eyeballs are just boom, pop.
Have you been holding in your sneezes? I have a problem doing that.
Don't do that.
Ephedrine.
Yeah, don't do that. So, anyways, get your name in green so you can be into the giveaway. It's $5, and join the Patreon. The Patreon is really blowing up, and I am so happy and so proud that the Patreon is doing so well. The Patreon, we are going to set it up where I can do it from the house, and we don't have to come up here just to do a Patreon. And I'm going to start doing Patreon only stuff like regularly, and we are going to just jump in it feet first. We don't care. We have to, because the show has to make enough money to continue to do what we want to do. We have several projects we want to do, and I'm going to name them. We want to visit this area around Granger to explore 4 different, or no, wait. How many sightings with 5? Well, 5 different witnesses. Yeah. 5 different witnesses. We want to explore that area at night. We want to also go to explore Black Bull Bridge at night. And then we want to go to the Reality's restaurant that they keep saying is haunted, because me and Tony saw something there. We were all there, and me and Tony saw somebody or something.
It was a woman.
It was a woman, yeah, and she disappeared. I mean, it was weird. So we want to go back. We want to check that place out. And then there's a couple other haunted places that we want to go to, and that we're gonna do some work at. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to. Let me get my phone back on here so I can get my notes. Yeah, so that's what's happening. So help us out. The camera equipment came in. We don't know how to use it all yet. We're trying to figure it out. And so yeah, shout out to Wes King, who sent us that camera equipment.
Yeah,
what all we needed that we still needed. We'd already bought three things, and then Wes King sent us that. So we still need more night vision. We don't have the night vision. That's the thing we still need. So we're gonna go and visit some different places. One of the places I've wanted to visit, and this has been haunted since I was a child. We talked to them recently about it, doing an investigation. It's the SPJST Hall there in Taylor, and the American Legion Hall. Legion Hall, American, and the SPJST are two different.
Have I been to the SPJ?
I don't know. Did you go to Blake's wedding? Maybe if you did. No, you didn't. Did you go to Gabby's graduation?
No.
Okay, then you probably haven't been. Because I stopped by there the other day, and actually Daniel, the guy that I was with when we saw the dog man, he actually cooks food there and sells it on Fridays. So it'd be good to go up there, talk to them, and then when they close it down, we can do the investigation. But we need night vision. So once we have those, we will do a little bit better. But we at least we got some cameras now. We can do a little better, and I need a better phone, folks. I'm not even going to tell you how old my phone is because you'll probably laugh. This is a very old phone.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's do what?
It's kind of ridiculous how long you've kept that thing running.
I don't like having to get new stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's just impressive, really, that it's still going and like chugging along even now. For how old it is. By the grace of God, it keeps going, and it does. But it has gotten so bad. It's not. It doesn't make good pictures, and it doesn't. It's not a Motorola flip phone, Evan. Come on, man.
The jokes are coming in. No, it's not. Okay, no, it's not. But it is. It's not. It's not a new top of the line anything. It's very bad. I need something better. My wife's phone is freezing up all the time. It's weird though how they're all our phones are crap. That's got to be by design.
I think so, but I think some of it also just wears down.
Yeah.
I mean, they do something with their updates to make them slower, but like the freezing thing, I think that's probably more from, it having like worn down a bit. But you take pretty good care of your phone, and so does Nelly. So it's
weird. We don't throw I've only cracked my screen in the history of my phones since 1999 when I first got a phone, or it was 99 2000. It was December of 99. I remember. I've only cracked one screen, and that's this one. And it was right after I had a bunch of a battery put in and some other stuff. But luckily, we have Phil Balcar. Go to Phil, man. If you need phone repair, if you're in the Central Texas area, don't go waste your money. Hit me up because he's kept my phone and Anthony's phone because we refuse to upgrade this stuff. He's kept our stuff running. He's kept my brother's phone running. So
against his these will pretty much.
Pretty much. So go ahead and hit him up. Speaking of D, where are him and Scorp at? We need moderators in here. We don't know moderators. I see D, I don't see Scorp. But I see Sugar Bitches in here and Lolo. And I saw Shade too. Now, before we get started, I want to say something. I made a post about a person. Okay. Ooh, sorry. Bless you. I made a post about a person. She's got a YouTube channel, and people were confused when I posted it in PRT News. It was, and people were arguing with me. And Shade, I respectfully disagree. He says that he thinks that she's a normal, good person, whatever. I don't think that's the case. But it's weird though. If you follow what she's saying, I think she's got something demonically wrong with her. That's my opinion. I don't, I'm not going to say the name. I'll say her first name is Tammy. That's it. And you can go and look it up on Facebook or YouTube, whatever. She's always ranting and raving and screaming. Her target now has become the current administration. He started this some years back, claiming that she and her boyfriend were infected with parasites. And if you notice, like, her face has become more and more demonic, and she has a very Kenneth Copeland looking face. And I don't doubt that the demonic infestation is, she could see them. She could see the parasites. And that's what she was saying. Right. So anyway, that's my take on that. It was a big old thing, and I had to remove some comments, and some people started saying stuff back and forth. Look, I don't want to argue about it, but that's what's happening. That was in PRT News. I didn't put it in the main group because it would have just been a big old fight, a bigger one, you know. So somebody says she's so creepy. Yeah, exactly. But you have to take a look. But what she's saying, though, that she was infected with parasites. Now, I don't believe her conclusion. She's wrong when she says it comes from the grass. No. These aren't plants that did this to you. This is demonic. And you can get them various ways. And it could happen to you if you're not protected, right?
You don't cleanse yourself.
Mm-hmm. And these people say, well, I pray to God. But who is God to you? That's a key thing. Who is God to you?
Are you bathing yourself in white light?
The white light, yeah.
Are you taking precautions correctly? I mean, just doing one part isn't going to solve everything. It's not a cure.
Not at all. So thank you to everybody who's donated and helped us out. And we appreciate it because we definitely need it right now. We need it. We got a lot we got to do. So, and if somebody could post the link to the PayPal, you could just donate that way, or you could join the Patreon. The Patreon's the best way because then we send you a bunch of stuff. And I love doing that because you help us out, we help you out, and you get something out of it besides just the content. You know, you get, And so if you stop and you, Orem, I hope you're making a joke. He says, you all knew my ex. Weird. Is that a joke? Please tell me that's a joke. That's not, it's gotta be a joke.
Please.
Because I'd be kind of afraid because that guy, she said he had parasites too. 100% joke. Okay. I was about to say, woo. Yeah, there's Maddie's posted with the Patreon, and so did Sugar Bitches. Cool. There you go. There you go. Join the Patreon. That's the best way to help. You get all kinds of cool stuff. And you're going to get T-shirts and hoodies and things that you can't get from the store. And I think the store is ready. We just have to go up there and finalize everything. And we have to go over a plan on how we're going to do it and enact it. But so the first story we got came from it's Alicia's. No, wait, is it it's Alicia's story. Her name is Alicia, right?
Depends on the story.
Okay, well, I thought the first one we had discussed we were going to tell was hers.
Okay.
Because now my phone is starting. You know how great my phone is. Danica. Okay, yes. Okay, all right. I forgot about her. So there's 3 stories. Are we going to do all 3? Are we going to try to do?
I mean, we said we were going to try, but I think we wanted to do Danica's and Alicia's first.
Okay, so it'd be Danica, Alicia, and if we have time, then Trisha's.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So these are all females, oddly. But the first one we're going to get into is Danica, and I apologize, Danica, that she gave me permission to say her last name. I can't remember it.
Acorn,
whatever. So it doesn't matter. But anyway, well, that's her maiden name, but unfortunately, she's in the process of, they're separated, her and her husband. And a lot of it has to do with this. Folks, the spiritual manifestations of these things is real. I can't stress to you enough about how these things affect people, how they really do affect people. And these demonic entities, what they do is insidious. It's insidious. Her encounters, I think, now her first encounter, she said she was 13, and it started with was hers the mirror too? No, that wasn't her, right? Okay.
Mirror summoning is what it is.
Well, they were so similar.
This is the problem.
three or four
when
of
we were
them
talking
were-
about it last night, because like I think I read Alicia's story and you read Danica's, and we were comparing notes, and then we were getting confused because they were so similar, and we were trying to figure out whose story was whose. But I think so. Here, let me turn my off. Alicia is the Minotaur, the mage.
Okay, let me turn back around. Okay, so so that's not hers. Okay, so Danica. Okay, so then I know what we're talking about. So this is her. Okay, so she's going through separation with her husband because what happened was they moved into a house. That's how this one happened. Now she got married really young. She got married when she was like 19, which I don't recommend to anybody getting married because you don't even know who you are at that point. If anything, if you listen to Monica Rollins when she came on our show and we did the recordings, it was a nightmare. She got married really young, and it didn't work out. And her husband was a certain way. And we met her husband for the second time. And I met him before at the conference, but I barely talked to him. But I got to talk to him and hang out with him over at the conference. Yeah, he's a real nice guy down at the conference in San Antonio. Very, very even-tempered guy. So she did good this time. That's why she calls him the good husband. But you don't want to have a bad husband. But apparently Danica, now this is her. This is what she said. If you are Danica's ex, I don't know you. I just know what she told us. And her sister kind of backed up. I mean, I'm sorry. Actually, it's the sister-in-law. So this is that guy's sister who kind of backed up and said, yeah, he's messed up. So they were not Christians at all. Right? Now, they lived out in far west Texas. Right? Or I'm sorry, far east Texas, almost on the border with Arkansas. And still there. I'm not going to give away anything because she's, kind of I don't want to make a big thing, whatever. Or actually, that's not her. The other one is the one that didn't want to be. So yeah, okay. Well, I can tell you where she lived. Longview. I'm sorry, my bad. I got it there. Like I said, I kind of got mixed up there. But they were living in Longview. And but she doesn't reside there anymore. She lives, a couple towns over, but the ex still resides in that area. And he has had some mental health issues, to put it, nicely. There again, I don't really believe that's what that is. Okay. And I don't know this guy, and I'm not going to say your name. I'm not going to get into who you are. I'm not going to. But I talked to I spoke with two people, but I was messaged by a third who agreed that this was the case. He was not a Christian. He came from a Christian family, but Danica was very much thirsty for the word. Her dad used to be a traveling preacher. He would do revivals. Mm-hmm. And I think she said almost 300 days out of the year, he was on the road. And a lot of that was them as kids going with him. So he was an evangelist. So it broke down when she married this guy. They told him, thank you, Kristen, for becoming a member. You won't regret it. And they told her, that you're unevenly yoked. Her dad said, I don't give you my blessing. This guy doesn't believe in Christ. So he did everything he could to isolate her from her family. He also hung around with some really bad people that could have probably led to a lot of this particular story. I don't know how long this story is going to go, and if it goes through the whole thing, then it goes through, and we'll just get to the other ones later. But they were so similar, we were like, hey, let's tell these together. She believes. Now, this is what she believes. I'm gonna make sure that I preface it that way. This is her beliefs. This isn't something that we said, oh, okay, we totally understand and believe you, because it is pretty fantastical. But here at PRT, we've heard some fantastical tales that you would think completely aren't, but whatever. But then you have other witnesses that step forward and they'll tell you something that sounds very similar. Mm-hmm. There are a couple cases that we've covered that I thought, this is so bizarre. And then somebody will reaffirm it by messaging us and reaching out to us and telling us, hey, that story really resonated with me because guess what? That happened to me. And it's kind of like how you just get that affirmation that okay, this is real. Like that, what that person just told me was not, and it's also happened where I've gone over encounters and I've talked to you guys and Nelly and Scorp and D and whoever, other friends of the show, colleagues about it. And then someone else will send a story in that's very similar to that one. And we haven't even aired it.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's like confirmation right there that it's just, when you get something that can affirm it, and then you'll get absolute confirmation, I believe, through the spirit. That's kind of how we roll. And we've done pretty good, I believe, in being able to sniff out like a lot of trolls and things like that. I have somebody right now who thinks you think you're pulling me along. You're not. I'm going to go ahead and let you know right now that you thought that you had me going. You didn't. I was never going to do it. So your story is fake and it's never going to hit the air. And I'm just going to let you know that I know now.
It's like the guy that tried to give you the Agent 47 story from Hitman.
Yeah, he tried to do that. Yeah,
exact same story.
Mm-hmm. My favorite is
47 again.
Yep.
Yeah.
47. We just keeps popping.
That was the guy's name, right? On Hitman,
yeah,
Agent 47.
Yeah, he tried to give us a story.
My favorite is though when like we don't mention locations, and then someone will give like a similar story, but then they'll say where they live, and it's exactly where or like close to the other locations from other stories. Like I've seen that happen a couple times, and I'm like, oof. It kind of confirms that like that kind of thing is in the area.
Yeah, something is happening in that area that makes it what it is. This is our 370th live stream. You believe that? That's amazing. And we have like over 300 and something YouTube podcast episodes /YouTube/podcast episode. Pretty cool. Pseudo history says I'm a vampire hunter. Really? Can you prove this? Because I don't know if I should make you become history because you keep on saying stuff that it's kind of weird. I don't know. Bless you. Thank you. So,
Wolf, I'm a troll hunter.
A troll hunter. I'm a troll hunter. So, this particular story, what happened, she marries this guy, and it wasn't like she eloped. She was already of age, but she was still living with her parents, and she gave up the road, being on the road, whatever. Her dad, unfortunately, passed away, like, shortly thereafter. Like it wasn't, but like maybe 3 years into her marriage, and it was already becoming hell on earth with this guy. By the sister of this guy, who confirms that this man, she thinks that he was demonically possessed, not just obsessed on, but possessed. And I'll tell you why. Because when he was in high school, he was into Satanism. He's never been a Christian. His parents were. He rejected it, and he went up into her mother and father's house. They had settled down at this point. I think it was in Tyler. And he told them that he was a Satanist at dinner. And that wasn't even true at that time. He wasn't even doing it anymore. He wasn't even practicing. He told her he didn't believe it, but he wanted to get a rise out of them. And there was a big kerfluffle that started. He started it.
Way to make an impression.
Well, he didn't want to make an impression. He wanted to be the way he was. And then he took her to another county away from them. And eventually he isolated her from others. And he brought people around who were doing things that were not legal, not correct to do. And I don't want to get too much into this person, okay? She gave me permission to say her name. That's fine, she still has a different last name right now because she's still married to that guy, but she wanted to be called by her other name. And she has started to go to a different church and has changed her life drastically. She thinks that these people that he began to associate with, even though it was all just a big funny game to him, he didn't really believe it. They did, and they practiced witchcraft. One of the things that they did, they worshipped a god. I guess they call it a god. They call it. That I'm not going to sit here and repeat the name because I've never heard of this being. I don't know. And I tried looking it up and it didn't have.
You don't know what that name invokes.
So I don't know what that invokes or what that is. I don't know who this is. So I'm not going to say the name of it. We agreed we're not going to say it. So this god looks very much like a bull. Now there have been like gods, that do look like that. In particular, Moloch looks very much like a bull, but this was like a bull man looking thing, and they would talk about it, and they would talk about this particular god. It is an Eastern god, and they, according to their beliefs and their whatever, it was a rival to the pantheon of gods of ancient Sumeria. He was the bad guy or a bad guy, according to them, but I've never heard it called this. And like I said, I'm not going to say it. But anyway, they decided that it was, they wanted to quit playing around. Okay. They wanted to actually be able to make a lot of money.
Step into the big leagues kind of thing.
Do what?
Step into the big leagues.
Yeah. Step up to the big leagues. And so they thought that doing these rituals were going to work. Were going to help because they did a couple and their rivals that were doing some stuff in this particular industry that they were in. I think you can figure out what it is. They began to falter and get in trouble. And so they thought of this as a testament to the power of what they were doing. Now, they started working with another gang that is actually a real big gang, and they're into motorcycles and things. So I'm not going to start talking about them and saying all this other crap because I don't want a bunch of smoke. But they were working with them, and then they kind of ran afoul of them because they tried to get those people to do what they were doing. And a few of them went along with it. And then the leadership of that particular motorcycle club said, "What are you doing? We're not doing that." So at least they didn't go that far. They were like, "We're not doing that." And it got really bad. She ended up having to move a couple times to get away from not just the people who were in that motorcycle club, but away from those people who were working with that group of people who had influenced her husband to do these things. Now, I told her this. I said, if you don't believe in something, you'll fall for anything. And he had no belief in anything. He didn't believe in God. He didn't really believe in the devil. He just pretended. And he didn't really believe in what they were doing. And then they said, "Hey, you need to make a commitment. We're making money because of this." And one woman in particular was very adamant that they joined, and they wanted sacrifice. They wanted them to sacrifice something for this. She's like, "I have 3 kids, and you're not taking one of my children." They weren't asking for them to unalive them. What they wanted was for them to give up one of their children to go and become a part of this cult that they were doing in another state. And she was like, "You're out of your freaking mind." And this woman is very brave. She stood up to them, and eventually she left her husband and moved all the way across the state to far west Texas. And she actually, get this, got help from some of the people from that particular motorcycle club that I'm not going to name, who sympathized with her. And some of the girls that were there, she got to know them, and they helped her escape. And they didn't really mess with her. And she believes that it was a testament to God's will because God actually, she thinks, well, I believe it too, he intervened. Because she had a talk with God. She says, "God, I know you're there. I've fallen away. I'm with this man as of a reprobate mind." And she said, "I had a talk with Christ, and I wanted angels to come and save me." And they did, and took her somewhere And she was hidden from this man for a long time. And for a while there, he was looking for her, and then he lost interest and found someone else. And now she's able to come and go. The law enforcement is aware or whatever. But here's what happened to her. This was back in 1992 when she was 19 years old, and she ended up with this guy, or 93, I think is when they got married. So I don't know if she was 19 at that time or not, 19, 20. But she said that it really ramped up around the time that these people started pressuring them. And the one woman, which she called her Evil Lynn, because like from He-Man, right? She said, we'll call her Evil Lynn. She said Evil Lynn told her, I can see you anytime I want to. I can observe you and your husband. I know what you're doing. And she proved this to them. She told her, she goes, take any object in your house and hide it, and I'll walk into your house. And she's like, and then this led to them thinking maybe they have a hidden camera, maybe they have a microphone, whatever. She said it worked. She's like, she goes, if you don't believe that, she goes, go down to the creek and throw something into the creek and I'll retrieve it. So she did. Her son, the oldest, began having dreams, weird dreams. And he said he would wake up at night and he would come to her and he'd say, Mommy, there's a man chasing me. And she's like, oh, honey, you're having a dream. And of course, the dad was quite abusive. He did not care. He would beat the child and tell him to go back to sleep. So the kid quit saying anything until the morning when he would go to school. And it was a teacher. Thank God for good teachers, who saw the bruises and went to her and said, what is this? And she said, look, I'm not going to make excuses. And this is how she was able to really just, this was it. And she talked to the police and said, this is what's been going on. There was an investigation. He got arrested, and she went to go live with some friends. And then he threatened her, but those people, the warlock and witch, the two in particular, she called them the warlock and the witch, were threatening her, but they had run afoul of that particular motorcycle club because they owed money. And they didn't care about the bull god and all this other crap.
Yeah.
They cared about money. And so there was a few of them, like I said, that helped her get away. But she said that was the end of it, was when that started, was the physical abuse got so bad. Oh, warlocks are untrustworthy, believe me. They're all untrustworthy. There's nobody good in this. It's just evil and evil. But God works through people, period, to get things done. And this particular child, I think he's gifted. From what I've heard about him, he sounds like he's gifted. He's got a gift. He's a grown up now. He's a grown man. But he was born, he's a gifted person. He has the eye, and we need to get him and talk to him about the encounters that he's had, because he's had 3 encounters with what can only be described as a werewolf. And he's living out in West Texas right now. He's working out in the oil fields. So kudos to him. But what ended up happening, he said, Mommy, I'm having dreams. This thing is chasing me. Well, she told him they were dreams. And eventually he would come to her and he would say, I'm having these dreams. And he was a little bitty boy at that time. And she says, what do they look like? And he said, I'm being chased by a bull man. Sometimes he's a bull, sometimes he's a man, and sometimes he's both. And she was like, what are you talking about? What does this thing look like? He describes to a T, and he was a very good artist, but not as good as his younger sister. His younger sister was an amazing artist. And her, when she was about 9 years old, she drew a picture of the bull man, which looks like a minotaur. That's what it looks like. It looks just like a minotaur. And right now he's holding like this, what looks like a spear, like it's weird. He's holding it like, in front of him. And he's not a cartoonish looking, muscled up, comic book villain hero looking guy. He just looks like a minotaur. And what it was is like the head, you could see the neck. It looked like a bull. and it had it was musculature on it, but it was not, and it had kind of a pot belly, and it just had these really big tree trunk legs and it ended in hooves. Like there's normal legs and then they kind of go backwards and they look like hooves. It was very creepy. And so you have these children who saw this and they were like, this is the bull man. The youngest started dreaming, and it was scary because she was actually sleepwalking. And she would go outside, get this, she would go outside and wander around out in the country. And this is big, piney woods. I mean, big woods. I mean, you know, like there's a lot of trees and stuff. And she would be found near this pond, and she would talk about her friend, who she affectionately called Harry. The way that she described Harry to her parents, to me, sounded like a Sasquatch. And this was not Harry and the Hendersons. This was just Harry because he was a big, hairy guy. And she would go out and Harry would be out there on a tree stump. But she said sometimes Harry would take her back inside because they would hear a loud howling in the distance and she would become afraid. The middle child had the same experience. This being or entity also wanted to take them further into the woods to go live with them. Them being, I don't know. They never saw who they were. But we do know that this particular Bigfoot type creature may have been responsible for the unaliving of several of their pets, including a goat. Reason being, the dad saw it. So he did see something snatch up one of his dogs. He heard his horrible ruckus, and he told her, he confided in her and says, I don't believe in the devil. I don't believe in, anything. He's like, but I saw what can only be described as a Bigfoot grab Red. Red was one of their dogs. And she was like, what? Now her going through her reaffirmation of Christianity and everything and getting back to Christ, she believes all this was connected. I said, absolutely it was connected. The problem was and no knock on her, but she waited too long until there was so much trauma because these entities feed on that. And then one night, they lived in a trailer at this time. And one night they heard a loud banging on the door. She opens the door and there's nothing there, but she looks to the left and then to the right, and she sees this shadow standing there that looks like the Grim Reaper. And so she screams and closes the door, and then the door begins to shake violently. Of course, her husband is out at the local pool hall getting drunk and selling drugs. And she's got no repercussions. She calls she wanted to call the police, but he would take her phone. That was something that she believes was sent by the witch and the warlock. Now here's the scary thing. Eventually, and we've heard this kind of stuff before, the door flies open and she sees standing in the tree line one of the men that was responsible for a lot of this crap. They have this crawfish boil or whatever, they had a dinner, and she asks sort of confrontingly to them, and she's like, why are you doing this to my family? And they're like, you need to get your husband in line. And she's like, I can't even get him to change his shirt. How am I supposed to get? And then they said, well, if you don't do it and he's not willing to do what we're asking, these other people that we owe this money to, they're going to come and they're going to do this. They're going to do all these horrible things, blah, 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 blah. We're going to tell them it's all your fault. And so there was this horrible, this pressure on her. It was constantly pressing on her to get these things done. And the husband is doing drugs. He's on cocaine. He's on meth. He's doing, you name it.
She's basically all alone to face this.
Yeah. And so she's like, he takes my phone. And they're like, well, these things are going to get progressively worse. And she's like, look, can you leave my children out of it? And they're like, no. And then that's when they started talking about her giving them her youngest child to go and learn to be one of them. And get this. One of the things that they said that she could do was become a very powerful sorceress, and that they knew people who were real live vampires. And that right there is how she ended up getting in touch with us, because of the vampire thing. Doesn't really go any further than that with them, because she didn't go along with it. And then this woman who's a witch, a very powerful one too, she told her, she says, I know these vampires and I can send them to you and they will unalive your whole family. So she was threatening them with all kinds of stuff. She's like, she goes, and your children, that thing that they're talking to that's coming out of the woods, she goes, that can be controlled too. She didn't say that they had sent it or it had anything, that she said they could control it. And up to that point, she had thought that this thing was kind of like helping them, because they were having these nightmares. They were seeing this bull man thing, whatever. So this is what she did. And I don't recommend this, but it seemed to sort of alleviate the things for her children. When they go to this new place, and these people were constantly threatening to unalive her family, her dad, her mother. So she didn't want to get them involved because she was terrified. And she thinks that maybe there was a law enforcement element that knew about it. Either they were implicit or something was going on. I don't know. That's just her opinion. I don't know if that's true. So in the town that they were living in, and she said, look, I have a problem. I'm stuck between doing what they want and you know, I'm trying to strike a balance here, you know, and there's no balance. And I said, how long, Danica, did it take before you finally told God enough is enough? She's like, it took a lot. She goes, I was scared to go to God because I thought they would hear me. And I'm like, good.
Let them.
That's the point that I'm making to a lot of people. Let them know, because I will quote this. This is not my quote. This is Josh Nanokio told me this. He says, you raise that flag. He goes, and when you raise that flag, you become a target. You do. When you join Christ, you become a target, folks. You put that flag up, they know now that it's on your ramparts up there on your castle where you're at, protected by the armor of God. But they just wait. They say, okay, we're just going to wait until there's a chink in it. We're going to throw an arrow and a sling. We're going to fight. We're going to stab. We're going to shoot. We're going to do whatever we got to do. We're going to bring you to your knees, because they're playing for the other team, folks. And so many people, they really are. They're afraid of confirming to the world. The world is weak. The world is not living in the real reality. We are. You got to understand that.
Can't be afraid of making the world mad.
Yeah, I don't care what the world says or does. The world has got doo-doo in their eyes and caca on their brain, okay? I don't care. I'll flush it down. I don't care. I get threatened all the time. I got threatened by some supposed vampires the other day, right? We were talking about that. I mean, I'm not trying to laugh in your face, but I don't care. I mean, I told them to stick it a long time ago. And there are people who were terrified of talking about this. Well, and when I go, at least I know where I'm going. Well, I don't, because I know that, but I know I'm not going to be where they're going to be. But God may have other plans. He may send you somewhere you don't know where you're going to go. But anyways, so what ends up happening? She finally, she's on her knees, and she says she wants to pray, but they got her so afraid. She's afraid to pray. And when some sort of activity began happening in her house, she tried to denounce it, and it got worse. And she gave up. I said, there you go. You gave up because you were so terrified. They had her so wound up, and they had these, what they call sentinels, who were coming at her. That's what they called them. Sentinels, folks. And one of the things that she finally did, she says, one day I got so mad at her, I'm not going to say his name, and I screamed. I was like, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And he's drinking a beer, and he's like, what? And she's like, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. She just lost it. And she's like, I'm taking the kids. And he goes, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to unalive you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. So he's like, you know what? You go and take my kids. This is how he talks. and I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to, whatever. And she just says, go ahead. She gets in the truck and starts to take off. He runs out there and starts hitting the truck with a bat. That truck was given her by her dad. That was her truck. He usually would take out the spark plugs and different things, like to mess with it so that she couldn't drive it. He would take, different things away from it. And he went out there and began to hit the truck, and she got away by the grace of God. And the police actually helped her. One cop in particular was nice because she had met this woman who knew kind of what was going on, and her husband was a cop. So they became friends. And so this particular police officer helped her. And then her sister, not her sister-in-law, her sister, but her sister-in-law got involved. And kudos to her. We talked to her. And she was able to escape, and she moved way across the state, which is like basically moving to another state because Texas is huge. So she moved all the way in the other direction, and this guy didn't know where she was at. And at that point, he began to call her and tell her, if you don't come back, they're going to unalive me. If you don't do this, you're going to do that. And at that point, she's like, I didn't care anymore. She's like, I'm done. I don't give a crap what they do to you. What they do to you is your own fault. And she told him some very sound advice. She said, go to the police, and while you're at it, get on your knees and pray to God and ask in the name of Christ for forgiveness for your sins. He goes, I don't believe in all that crap. She goes, well, that's what's going to save you.
You better try.
She's like, that's what saved me from you. Goodbye. But it wasn't over for her. It was not over. These people, they were so manipulative and such liars that they were able to convince one of those people from that motorcycle club that she was the key to all of this and that she had absconded with a bunch of money. It's not true. That is not what happened. Okay. She's like, I promise you, I took nothing but the shirts on our backs. Our kids, they barely had any toys to begin with. Thank you for that donation, Philip. Philip Barnes, great guy. We ate dinner with him one night.
Awesome dude.
And so, like all the paratroopers, solid people. And she's
another
like,
winner.
We ate, they're all winners, man. She ate dinner, right? And she said, look, these people, I said, we ate dinner. She got it mixed. I was saying we ate dinner with him. Sorry about that. So
I was confused.
I confused myself there. Sorry. So she told him, she's like, we're not in this, right? We're not in this at all. So her sister-in-law makes the drive way out there to where she's at, and they went to dinner, right? And she told her, she says, look, she's like, I know he's a piece of crap, and me, and this is her and her husband. He threatened us. He's trying to, this guy was so evil, he was throwing his sins onto them so that these people would go after them. So he lied. And so this witch that was involved in all of this, she was like one of the leaders, if not the main leader. She was even probably more responsible than the guy that was the warlock, in her opinion. And she said that she would manipulate everybody. And so he convinced her that she had taken off with all of the money that he had gotten. He hadn't gotten a penny of what he was supposed to put in. So he said, oh, she took it all. So one of the people from the motorcycle group of people told those people, yeah, that's correct. Got him to lie. And he did this with all these promises of he's robbing Peter to pay Paul type thing. Right, run around in circles because this guy he didn't work. He was just a drug dealer, and he was too bit, and he did his own stuff. So you're not going to be very successful. So now she's got all these people looking for her. This witch had every reason to try to come after her because he had them believing that she had taken this mystical money. And of course, the offer was on the table. Give us one of your children. Oh, okay, yeah, that's a great deal. Let me give you my children for money that I don't owe you because I didn't do this. How about you just burn in hell? That's kind of would be mine. But what ends up happening? These people start sending them gifts. Gifts in the form of possessed items, things that were and they would leave them on the steps. And the children would mess with them before she had a chance. And so she had to sit her kids down and say, look, these things that these packages that you're opening, these aren't toys. This is something you want. And they know that. And she knew at that point it had an attachment. When she was a child, she had a gift. She could see things. And so she told the children, she says, look, I can see, my third eye, I guess you would call it. She's like, it was open as a child. I could see things. She goes, I would go up and I would put my hands on people and I would pray to Christ and I would heal them. Her and her brother, not her other sisters, but her and her brother could do this. And so she said that one of my children was like that, the youngest. And she was like, nope, don't touch these things. Don't touch them. But the older two had already began to play with some of the things that they were sent in the form of gifts. And then she found this necklace hanging from a tree when her daughter was climbing the tree, and she was wearing it. These dreams started all over again. And these things that they were given, obviously, were acting as a beacon for these entities. So she took these things and she went and she threw them down a well of her neighbor's house. The neighbor said, go ahead, throw them in the well. Very devout Christians. And they said, then they prayed over it and it was gone. And she was, by the grace of God, she found some neighbors who actually believed her and some of the things that she had told them, not everything that she had told them, but they said, look, we had a dream. And God, in this dream, these are her neighbors, told us that there was somebody that we were supposed to protect, and we believe it's you. And this was a couple that's like 20 years older than her. And one of them, the man, was not in good health, but her youngest daughter put her hand on this guy and prayed. And this dude was dying of emphysema. And whether you believe it or not, 2 weeks later, he goes back to the doctor, and it's starting to recede. He's healing. And the doctors can't figure out why. Because he had resigned himself. I'm not doing chemo. I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to let myself die. And he began to heal. So she ended up with these allies that helped her, that were around her, that were helping her in this war against these people. She goes, I felt so alone, and God sent me people. She goes, no, God sent me soldiers. I told her that. I said, God sent you soldiers. He sent you people like he did us to help you, to lift you out of this. She's like, but then we would start to get better. She's like, and then they would push back and they would go after my children. They were constantly after my children. So then she said, I made a mistake. And that's what they do. They maneuver you into making a mistake and getting real into your emotions. And she shouted out to one of these black shadow entities. She goes, don't mess with my children. And she said something. She says, come from me. Well, challenge accepted. That night, she barely slept. She said it was almost morning by the time she woke up. Or by the time she went to sleep. And she's like, and then it was mid-afternoon. I had woken up. The kids didn't even go to school. It was such a horrible night. We were having all this banging all around the house. Something was moving. It looked like a cloud moving around the house. That's when she met the bull man. She said, it started out as a dream. I was in a maze. And I get goosebumps when I talk about it. She says this thing comes out snorting, stomping its feet. She's like, and it was holding what looked like an arm, like it was eating it. And it threw it. And then just took its big old spear looking with a what it was a halberd. When she was describing it to me, I said, that's a halberd. I'm not a master of medieval weaponry, but I know a lot about it. And I told her, I said, that's a halberd. And it took it and it began to chase after her. And she was running and ducking and hiding. And then this thing began to whistle. And when it whistled, this wolf-like creature on two legs, which can only be described as a dogman or werewolf, came out and they began to try to chase her. And she was running through this maze. And she said this went on for what seemed like hours. Then she woke up and she was like just sweating profusely. She was sick. She felt like ill. This went on and on and on. She said it was like at least 3 to 4 times a week. This thing was tormenting her. And I said, what did you do? Did you pray? She goes, I prayed and it wasn't working. And she's like, this was later in the conversation. She says, but I think it was like you said, I didn't have the faith. I said, you did not. I said, you had doubts, didn't you? She said, yes. I said, you got to go into battle with these things with the idea that you cannot fail. You have to believe that you cannot fail. But you won't fail. You won't. Because you say, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. Who's going to recoil from that or be in pain from that other than something or someone who is in cahoots with demons or the demons themselves?
I mean, you have to look at it as...
And that's your only real weapon.
You're fighting people with sticks and you have a bazooka. Like, you shouldn't be worried that you're going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
You have such an overwhelming power over them that you shouldn't doubt is what they're trying to make you to weaken yourself.
Well, I think that's why fear is so important, because it creates the illusion that you're the one who's vulnerable, when in reality it's like you have this tool right here that can defend you, that will allow you to prevail. All you have to do is pick it up. Yeah. But it's like they make you forget that it's there because you're so afraid.
Right. Because what good does it do to have a shotgun by the door if you forget that it's there and you go and grab a butcher knife and try to fight somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When the real weapon is right there by you.
There you go, under fire. Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah. Fear is the mind killer. So she said night after night this thing would chase her. She goes, and every time it was getting closer and closer. And then one of her children told her something horrible. They were out playing, and they were playing where they shouldn't have been playing, which was close to the well. They all had wells out there. And they told her, they said, Mommy, we heard a man yelling from down into the well. And when we went and looked, and we saw a man with horns looking up at us. Then it becomes real. This isn't just dreams. These entities are there. And then the banging on the outside of the house got more and more pronounced. This wasn't a trailer. This was an actual house. It was an old house. And there were banging noises all the way around this house. And finally, she goes out onto the back porch. Imagine this woman with 3 children who's been through absolute hell already because of the horribleness of her ex-husband, who was just basically a deadbeat who was willing to see her die. He didn't care. He sicked these people on her. And at this point, she's like, I was ready if something was going to take me. She's like, I was like, you know what? Even with my children, I told them, I said, if something happens, you run to the neighbors, right? You don't try to fight with this thing. They would look out the window and they would see this thing looking at them through the window. Sometimes there was this wolf-like creature, looked like a werewolf. And then sometimes they would see, he usually was further back, but they would see him. And it looked like this bull-headed creature. And she's like, these people who had summoned this thing, she's like, she goes, and I eventually made a connection with this thing. This thing told her, it was like, I'm going to take your life. You and your children will be my slaves. So not only was it saying basically that I'm going to unalive you, but then you're going to belong to me and you're going to do my bidding. And it asked her a very simple thing. It says, just give me your child. And it told her to contact Evelyn, what she called Evelyn. I never got the real name, just Evelyn. And she said, he told her, give the child to her. And she told it no. So it kept on. Interesting, though, she had the neighbors who came over whenever something would happen. They would come over the next day and they would go into the house and they would read, and they protected the house. They were protecting the house, which she believes was instrumental in keeping these entities out. But it got to the point where after dark, They didn't go outside. Do you guys remember the story that we talked about from Arizona, where those people had gone to visit a relative, and at night they closed up the house while this skinwalker had basically just held sway outside, going up on the deck and banging on and they just sat there pretending like it wasn't there.
Yeah.
And they were just like in shock. They were like, how do you live like this? Well, you basically become a prisoner in your house. That's what they did. So eventually it got really bad one night. So they went over to those nice neighbors' house and they stayed in their house. And the dad had a son that came over. And this guy was not afraid. His name was Sean. He was a couple years younger than her. And the way she described him was like he was striking handsome. He was... It's like he's Prince Valiant. I was like, really?
Oh, Prince Charming.
But she's like, I liked him from the moment I looked at him. I was like, this guy, and he's like, he resonated like good energy. And when this stuff began to happen at his parents' house, his parents just sat there like, okay, it's okay. Sean will deal with this. He's like, I'll be back. And he goes outside. And she's like, I'd never seen such faith in a man in my whole life. I didn't think a man like that existed. And he went outside and he began to yell and scream into the air, rebuked it in the name of Christ. And then he began to run. And she's like, what is he doing? And her dad's like, oh no, he's dealing with it. It's fleeing. The spirits are fleeing. For about 2 weeks, he got really ill. This guy, Sean, he got sick. And she went to go visit him with his parents, and he languished between life and death. But when he grabbed her arm, he grabbed her hand, and he told her, he says, I'm fine. The flesh is sick. They have made me sick, but my spirit is good. And he told her something that I thought was amazing. He said, Christ will make me whole. I will be fine. And then he stood up the next day, having double pneumonia, and walked out of the hospital. And they were like, sir, you're very ill. You should be dying. And he's like, I'm not. I got things to do. And he went to work, an iron worker, which is takes some, whatever, pretty strongly built guy. And then he showed back up at the house and he says, let's get back to work. And his parents didn't miss a beat. They didn't go, well, son, why are you here? You should be dying. You should be dead. Remember, the doctor said you're going to die. And he's like, well, the doctors say a lot of things. Because that's what she said. She said, the doctor said that you weren't. He said, I'm here. Mm-hmm. I have no fever. I'm fine. And he basically, yes. And Bigfoot, predators, spiritual. I think that's Ella.
Yeah.
Yes. Amen. Declare it and believe. And that's what he said. Thank you for saying that. That's pretty interesting that you did that. But he said, he declared, he goes, I am healed by he who heals me. I like the way he verified this too. He's like, I worship God through Christ, the one who heals me and makes me whole. The Father, the Most High, the true God, not the God of this world, who a lot of people worship. And she taught her this. Subsequently, they are now together. But that's neither here nor there. But anyway, the point is that he said, he goes, these things have no dominion. So what he did for them, he says, you and your children, you go to sleep. You go to sleep. We're going back to your house and we're reclaiming it. And he brought a friend, a female, who was a good friend of his, that they had grown up together, and her husband. So this other couple comes over. They sit there. And his parents came throughout the night and checked on them, whatever. And he says, y'all sleep fine tonight. And she went to sleep. She said, I had not had a decent, normal night's sleep in months. She's like, I wake up the next day, and she's like, and they're like, did you sleep good? And she was like, I did. Meanwhile, a horrible spiritual warfare went on. This creature manifested itself on the deck of the house, which is a dilapidated deck. It wasn't a nice place. It was a rental. And the people that rented it to her said, look, it's what we got. And Sean went out there and he confronted this thing face to face with it. This thing was 8-9 feet tall. It looked like a monster. It wasn't even on the deck. It was standing taller than him on the ground. And it went at him like it was going to charge him. It did everything it could. It pulled out its little weapon and spun it around. It disappeared and then reappeared. It did all these crazy things in front of these people. They witnessed this. They saw it happen. It created fire. But it did nothing to Sean. He just kept praying. And he just says, and he laughed. He was like, I rebuke you in the name of Christ. You can't come onto this deck. You cannot be here. And then when they prayed together and they rebuked it, it went off of the property. It couldn't do anything but go to the fence line and just stomp its feet. And the dreams, they stopped. Now, here's the thing. I asked her this too. I said, this is a pretty bold claim. And I've heard people say this kind of stuff before, but I told her, I said, the dreams just went away completely. And she says, no, not completely. See, because what happens is you think you've won, and he was strong in the Lord. He was always, since he was a child, he was strong in Christ. Her youngest daughter was very strong in Christ. Her sister was strong in Christ. So was her sister-in-law, and so were the neighbors. I told her, I know this is what's happening. Danica, you were not strong in Christ. She's like, I still doubted. And we could call her Danny. That's a lot of people call her Danny. She's like, I still had my doubts. She's like, I felt like they would be strong. I would be fine if they were around. But if I was by myself, she goes, and I was by myself. I was driving to the grocery store. I was going to do some grocery shopping. My children were at school. She's like, and I started to break down. She goes, I saw this wolf-headed black shadow thing standing behind me, and it lunged at me. She's like, and I got down into a ball. And she's like, this lady saw me, and she came up and knocked on the glass. And she's like, ma'am, are you okay? She's like, and I'm hunched over like this. And I get up. She's like, and I look, and I'm like, I'm fine. And she's like, okay, because this woman, she don't know her from Adam. She don't know anything about her. She's like, I thought I saw something in the back seat, and then I saw you lurch forward. She's like, what did it look like? She goes, I don't know. I thought your car was on fire, like there was smoke. So she saw it. She's like, so you saw it? She goes, yeah, I did. What? So this lady starts talking to her and says, you know what? Come out of the car. This is small town West Texas where people still believe, And I know this town. I know where she was at. And she said that when that woman got out and they took her into the grocery store, and her and the assistant manager of that grocery store, who went to church with her neighbors, she didn't even know this. She wasn't going to church at that time. And they prayed. And they said, you need to go to church with us. You're afflicted. There's something wrong with you. You have something there. So she did. She started going to this church with them. And then that's when she realized, like, Sean was one of the deacons of the church. He was a very young guy for being a deacon at that time. And she's like, he was so tall. She's like, he was 6'5". And she goes, I think he looks like Chris Hemsworth. And when I looked at the picture, I was like, no, he don't. No, he don't. You'd be lying. And he kind of does. He kind of does. I said, yes, he kind of does. Yeah. And she's like, isn't he handsome? I'm like, I don't judge men, but I'm more handsome than anybody. So I have a hard time looking and saying guys are handsome because look at me. I mean, look at me. Come on. Right? You're going to be like, dude, no way. Okay, fine. Yeah, he's better looking than me. All right, good. What? Is that what you want to hear? You happy?
What you want to hear? You want to break me down? You want me to say it? He's handsome, okay, Adrian?
Okay. Yeah. Can't be like Thor.
I said it, Adrian.
He kind of does look like Thor. I mean, he kind of does. I'm just kidding, a little bit. That's it. I gotta be nice, But no. But she said she's like he was like he was the total package. She's like, I fell in love with him, just like the power that he wielded, but he never took credit for it, and that was the key. She would tell him, "You're amazing." He goes, "No, God is amazing. Christ is amazing." He's like, "I fear no one." And get this, he's like, "I fear the one who can give the second death." I say that. I started liking the guy. I was like, hey, this guy's cool. I don't even know the guy. I don't even know this dude. And I'm like, this guy's amazing. He's awesome. You know, can he cook? But she said, yeah, he can grill a steak. I said, well, that's all you need.
Yeah.
We're in Texas, man. Come on. So by the grace of God, the devil had one last trick to play. These people came looking for her. These were people looking for her, saying, you owe us money. And Sean and his friend stepped up to the plate and they said, we're going to give you this much money. She doesn't have it. She didn't do any of this. And then that's it. So they came up with a certain amount. They gave it to them and they said, this is all the money that she had when she came. Her husband was responsible. He did not do what he was supposed to do. When they went back to the husband, I guess through a series of beatings or something that went on between them and these bad people, they figured out that he was lying. But this witch was not willing to let it go. So she took her butt out there. She drove all the way out there. They found her.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way they could have found her, she believes it was just a betrayal, right? It was a betrayal by one person. And they came out there and she tried to go toe to toe with Sean. And Sean was like, you can't hurt me. And you can't hurt any of these people. She goes, no, but I can hurt her because she doesn't have your faith. And that's at that point when she knew, she goes, I had to stand up and I had to walk outside and I had to face this person because there was nothing I could do. I couldn't run. I couldn't hide. My children's lives and their well-being hung in the balance. She goes, I never thought I had that kind of bravery or courage. She goes, and I went out there and I said, get off of my property. And she's like, you don't own this property. You're just renting. And she said, no. And this is something, when she said this, it really stuck with me. She's like, no, but I belong to someone. And she's like, who, your man? She goes, that time they weren't even dating yet. And she was thinking, I wish, you know. But she told me that. She goes, no, he's not my man. He's just a friend. She's like, but I belong to the one most high. She said, at that point, when she said, I rebuke you and I renounce you, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Christ. She said, I had never been able to say those words without fear. God put people in her life who gave her that ability to speak out and say this. That woman recoiled. She said she looked like a normal woman before that, just evil. She looked like an old, washed up, just hag, like somebody just wrung a dish rag. And she said she looked like she'd aged 30 years. And then she just like limped back to her car and took off. And I said, was that the end of it? She goes, no, it wasn't. She goes, no. She's like, I had another dream. She goes, I dreamed again. She's like, I had a dream and this bull man was there. She goes, and I was walking through the woods and I heard this growling. And she's like, and there was something behind me. And I knew what it was. I knew what it was. I knew it was that wolf-like creature that people call the werewolf, dog man, whatever. She's like, it was right behind me. She's like, and I heard this voice that like came not from my ears, but like from within me. And it was like, do not fear. Walk forward. Do not stop and do not look back. She's like, do you know how hard it is to walk forward when you know there's something predatory that's walking behind you? She's like, I was walking on this trail that looked like a deer path or, you know, a cow trail. She's like, and I'm walking through this woods and this thing is getting closer and it's growling and it's snarling and it's right behind me. She goes, and there I see him holding his little weird looking weapon, you know, and he's stomping his feet and he tells her, you know, come on, face me. And then it begins to tell her, I'm going to take you and I'm going to take your children and I'm going to torture you. And she's like, no, you're not. And this thing walked towards her 2 steps and then it lifted up its, well, they were hooves, obviously. and it backed up. Then it started walking backwards. The snarling and the growling was getting further and further away. It was still happening, but it was like it had stopped at a certain point. And she remembered the words, and it said, keep going, go forward, do not go back, do not look backwards, keep walking forward. Don't stop. And then the word said, I am with you. And she's like, at that point, she goes, I felt this love like I had never felt before in my life. She felt a calm, a peace like she had never felt before in her life. She goes, and I looked down, she goes, and I have this sword in my hand. She goes, I don't know anything about weapons. It was a katana. I know. I think it was. I think it was the way she described it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. She's like, I had this kind of lightweight sword in my hand. What happened? Oh, man. So you brought Bella Jack? Oh, okay. You see him? What is in there?
Maybe just like
is that kiwi? So our electricity is so why is it just our neighborhood? That's so ridiculous. Look at there's Mellow Jack. Look at him. We can't really see him there. There he is. He's trying to look out. There he is. What's up, Mellow Jack? He's a sweet little dude, man. It is awesome. It's cold. So we have to spend the night at the ranch.
Well, it's scheduled to come back on by like 11 o'clock now. So
they moved it. So from 8 this morning until 11 o'clock, we're supposed to be okay with that.
It was supposed to be fixed at 3 o'clock, and then they changed it to 7
in the middle of a cold front,
and then they changed it to 11. So they're going to give us a credit on our bill tomorrow.
Yeah,
for damn sure.
Sure.
No, they said she would go get some.
Yeah.
She just wanted me to get her card.
Hold on 1 second, folks. I got to finish this. Do not go anywhere. You're going to want to hear this. Go.
Okay.
There it goes. I was just typing that it wasn't letting us get back on camera. Look where it does 666.
Oh, that's so
yeah.
cute.
Okay. So
you know what? No, not. I don't care.
It just says it up there, but that's not what it is.
I don't care about your little parlor tricks with the numbers and all. Nobody cares. It's not. It means nothing to me. How convenient. It's all these things have is parlor tricks and illusions.
So anyways, and we had 689 people, whatever. Now we've lost that, but that's fine. Who cares? It doesn't matter. If you want to hear it, hear it. What happened? What is that?
It's Theo. He's trying to
Leonidas, and he'll fly around the room if you take him out.
I mean,
put him in the room next to.
He'll probably just sit on my shoulder.
It's just warm in here. He'll be fine. Just
put him next door.
Yeah, and you can close the door in there, and he can fly around in there. because in here he might hit something.
Yeah.
I don't want him getting hurt. Okay, so anyways, what ended up happening with this? She has this sword in her hand. She's like, and I kind of thought it was like a light, like the way she described it. It was really thin, but then she said, no, it had a blade on it. She goes, but it was comforting me. She's like, and I felt like there was this warmth on me, and I felt like I was armored, like I was invincible. And she's like, and I just began walking toward this Minotaur, and I just kept walking toward him, and he kept going backwards and backwards, and his height shrunk, his mass shrunk. He got smaller and smaller till he was like a human size. She's like, and then he dropped his weapon and began to turn and walk, and then he began to trot, and then he ran, and then he was on all fours like a very small bull, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he ran away from me. And I never, ever had those dreams again. My children didn't have these dreams again. We were no longer plagued with this, whatever this was. It was done. It was over. She's like, but every now and then, she's like, in the house we're living in now, she goes, and me and Sean have been together for years now. And she's like, the ex doesn't want to give her the divorce or whatever, doesn't want to relinquish anything. He's still causing problems. And there are multiple witnesses to his abuse of the children, at least physically. And she's having to go through some problems, right? But she goes, I know I'll be okay. She's like, Sean has been an amazing guy, amazing to my children. They've been together for, I guess, more than several years. It's been a while. But the ex is still causing problems, still to this day. Mm-hmm. And he wanted to put it all on her. And she's like, it's not on me. She's like, I didn't do this. And his own sister has stepped up and said, this is the truth. This is what I talked to her. And now here's her story, which is not, yeah, she can get the divorce. She's going to, but there's a lot of other things that just, this dude has, how you say it, access to her family. And she doesn't want him to do something.
Yeah.
She's afraid of the physical, whatever. And he's still involved with bad people to this day. This is somebody that's a very stiff-necked person who's not going to change. So he won't go along with anything, So anyways, the sister-in-law, the sister of this guy, her story, it's not really long, whatever, but there was something that was sent to her too. And whenever she started trying to defend her sister-in-law and stepped up with her husband, they began to be attacked. And what attacked them, she said it looked like it was a horned beast. But when I described, what Danny had seen, I said, was it like what Danny? She says, no. She goes, this thing looked more like a goat. Like it was a goat-headed creature. Big, massive goat-headed creature, black. But it wasn't the same creature. It were two different beings. And it wasn't in the form of dreams. They were seeing it out in their on their land. And so they've done spiritual warfare to put a cleanse to that. And she has not gone into detail with that. I don't have the story. Her story of what she told me was I just have the basics of that. So, that is par for the course with these people, these kind of people. And of course, we were going to do this story tonight, and we almost didn't get enough rest. I mean, the devil worked overtime on this one to try to get us out of our groove. I ended up having to sleep up here at the studio, and when I first went to sleep up here, something was messing with me. You could just tell that this was a story that they didn't want you talking about, in my opinion. We just have to be strong in our faith, folks. And so that's their story. And so like I said, yeah, we have others that were similar. Now we can do the other one. It's Alicia's story, or we can do Trisha's story. I mean, what do you guys? I mean, the mirror. That's what we had talked about. Or okay,
let's do that one.
Okay,
what? The 13-year-old when she was 13.
when she was 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this particular story, this one also comes from Texas, but this one's really creepy. And I don't really hold on one second. Somebody's messaging me.
What's that?
I don't know. It sounded like it came from outside.
It's like a ball rolling.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point. Somebody just gave me a very good point here.
Thank you for that, Rita Burnett.
Thank you for that, Rita.
It's very kind of
really
you.
need it. Chances work. And then somebody just gave me some advice, and I probably need to be heeding that. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. So in my notes, and there they are, and we're ready. So this story was Trish, not Alicia. So a woman named Alicia gave us this story, and I am not at liberty to give you where she lives. I can't tell you the cities or whatever the area where we agreed not to. Some people don't. There's something legal going on there too, and so So you have a situation here, and actually with the last name of the last woman, that is not her last name. So we made sure we covered that. So they can't try to say, oh, well, you said something about me on there with her ex-husband. And I don't care. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care what there were multiple people who attested to this man and his behavior and what he did.
Mm-hmm.
So if he wants to say that it didn't happen and that you didn't do these things, then why did a whole group of people say that this is what happened? Okay. And, and I did a little looking into this, and she did show me the documents. There were charges and things that were filed. That's all I'm going to say. So I saw it. So don't say it didn't happen. Okay. Because it did. And Rich says, I'm headed to bed, everyone. Hard time keeping my eyes open. All right, Rich. Be sure and catch the replay, guys. And also, if you guys, I know that there's ads on these replays, but if you would let them play through, that would be a big help to the channel. And it helps keep us from putting everything behind a paywall, which we're still trying to not do. But we're trying to make enough money to keep the show going at the rate that we're going now.
Yes, and YouTube puts a ton of ads on them by themselves, and we try to limit them. So
yeah, they want you to put more ads.
Yeah,
they keep trying to get you to put.
Like on a 3-hour live stream, if you just leave it alone, they'll put like 40 ads or something. It's crazy.
Insane.
It's insane.
I know. So we're trying to limit that, folks. We go through and now they have this thing where they want to do it automatically, and we have to go. Well, now we have to take them off.
Yeah.
Used to we could just set it, and that's how many we did. And I always prided myself on being able to bring our content with the least amount of ads and with the least amount of money. People that don't have money, live on fixed incomes, whatever, they can watch our shows, and we keep trying to keep it from behind a paywall. But it's becoming harder and harder to do things. It's just they're just not making it easy. Let's put it that way.
Which on that note, if y'all haven't, just real quick, if you're here and you haven't hit the like button, please, that you might not understand how much that helps, but it's important, and it's a simple, free, quick, and easy way to show support for the channel, and it helps get our stuff exposed on YouTube's algorithm, so that when people are just scrolling on their homepage, there's more of a chance that Paranormal Roundtable videos will show up. It's a big help. If you just hit that like button. Usually, so I'll give you an example. There's 689 people in here.
There's only 140 likes I saw.
No, there might be more. because it doesn't update. So there's 374 likes, and usually that, I mean, that's kind of like average for us. But we're if we can get that like to viewer ratio like way up, that will do a lot to help expose our channel to new people, and just it's a free way to show your support. You give us your time when you join us here, which is valuable, because that translates to watch time for YouTube, which is important, because they don't necessarily go by how many views you get. That's not as important as how many minutes you have watching. So like all of you here now, even if you're not donating with a super chat or a super sticker, you're giving your time, which is valuable. And if you're subscribed, that helps too. If you, like I said, you hit the like button, that's going to help us immensely. So don't think that if you can't afford to become a member or join the Patreon or send a super chat or a super sticker that you're not contributing, that you can't support us, that you're not valuable. You are. You're a winner too. I mean, there's 686 winners in here with us, because that's what we do. We win, and we win bigly. Except for maybe the handful of people who probably hit the dislike button on this video, but who cares? They're not winners, they're losers. They're not. You're a winner. They're not winners like you.
They still follow us religiously.
Thank you for that donation.
There we go.
People that hate us, it's like their religion.
Like I said,
Amy,
like button
Alan.
right there. If you hit that and make that a habit, that's a huge thing you can do.
And if you want to become a loyal listener like L2L, Live to Love, you can either hit the join button right next to the subscribe button, or in a little corner right where the right next to the chat button, there's a little $sign. If you click that, it'll take you to a way to join the membership as well. Yeah, we're gonna do some giveaways tonight. So
yeah, because some people are having a little bit of trouble with it. And I think that it's a little bit different depending on whether you're on iPhone or Android. But then if you're on like a newer phone or older phone, it's different. But yeah, what Tony said, usually if you look down to where the subscribe button is, if you're already subscribed, you're probably going to see like a little bell icon. Next to that is gonna show a button that says join. That's how you become a member. It's $5 a month, and it makes you eligible to
giveaways.
Yeah, for giveaways. Or if you're in the live chat, right next to the button where you send your message, there's going to be a little $sign. Usually that's where you can buy a subscription too. But like I said, it might be different depending on what kind of phone you have.
Thank you, Two Shadows, for gifting 5 memberships. Thanks for the donation, Matt.
See how many more likes we have after my little spiel.
Let's see.
438.
Let's go, guys. Thank you.
Well, that's good. At least some people went and did
like I said, winners. We love y'all.
And we don't buy subs. We don't buy anything.
All real, all organic. It's just, you'd be surprised what you can accomplish when you work together with people
or when you do things legit.
Apply yourself. It takes a little bit more time and a little bit more energy, but the payoff is a lot bigger. So,
note to self: the that hazelnut one, that it's like a healthy chocolate. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
man, those are good.
No, the keto chocolate.
It's this one. It's this. See, it's right there. And it's not very sweet. Yeah, the Helmet Sprouts. It's not very sweet. It's really good.
There you go, Marlo Martin. He says, "I win all day, every day in Jesus' name."
Let's go.
Amen.
You misspelled "n," but that's not the point. We get what you're saying. You win. Everybody wins. If you're walking the path, even death, the first death, doesn't hold anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know where you're going. You're fine. So this story, I don't think it's as long as and involved as the last one, but it still resonated with us. So we decided we were going to tell. We might not be able to get to Trisha's story. But this one here definitely hit home for me because I felt like this one kind of went hand in hand with this. Well, this is the one we decided, right? That we were going to tell along with this one.
Yeah, because they kind of had similar theme.
Mm-hmm. So if you notice in the title, I think, Anthony, you put in the title something about mirrors.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know how many of you out there have actually done this. I haven't. I was at a party one time where people were doing it, and I refrained from it. And some of my friends, because it's been going on since I was a kid, when we were children, I was at a sleepover. And I used to get, I wasn't like the most popular kid, but I wasn't like, shunned by the community, So I had friends. I'd get invited to sleepovers and stuff like that, which was cool. I always had a lot of friends. And when I was young, growing up, I had a friend whose older sister was about the same age as my sister. She was, in fact, I think this is weird. She was a year younger than one of my sisters. And he was a year younger than me, and we lived in the same neighborhood. So we weren't in the same classes and stuff together, but we went to the same school. And like I said, so they had a big sleepover, and my sister was there at the sleep. So me and my sister one of my sisters went to the sleepover, right? And it was weird because there were 4 of us boys there, and there were like 5 or 6 girls there because it was technically her sleepover, but his mother was a nurse. She was really cool, and she like let us all go. Like, we could be there too as long as we didn't aggravate. But the girls were actually pretty cool. They were kind of like messing with us, like trying to scare us, and so we had fun. We ended up playing like this game where we all ran around the yard, the front and the backyard or whatever. And it was, I remember it was like in late spring. It was like the weekend. We were still in school, but school was getting ready to get out pretty soon. And I couldn't wait. And so I liked that time of year because it was like, cool, man, we're about to get out of school. I know my parents hated it because they didn't like summer because it's so hot here. It's very simple. You're going to melt.
Summer stops being cool when you're out of school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so that stops being fun after that.
Yeah.
You stop caring about it. It just becomes another season.
Yeah. But then, so we were jumping in and out of the pool. We were running around playing tag, whatever it was. And I remember at one point they wanted us to go into the garage where his dad had all these taxidermy things, whatever. And they were like, hey, let's play Bloody Mary. Okay. I was a kid, and the first time I had ever been exposed to this was at one of my great aunt's houses, where me and probably like 9 or 10 of my cousins were there. And I don't remember, it was like Easter or something. And we decided to stay for the weekend. So we got out Good Friday. We went to church with them. And then we all stayed over at my great aunt's house, including your mother, Anthony, and a bunch of us. And there must have been at least 10, 12 of us, probably, I'd say. And so we were all there, and it was my first cousins, and then it was my mom's first cousin's children, which would have been second or third cousins, whatever.
Yeah.
So they showed up too. So then there was a bunch of kids, and there were maybe 3 adults. So when you have 3 adults and one of them is extremely elderly, that's my great grandmother. There wasn't a lot of, the older kids are kind of expected to discipline the younger kids. It came up again. They're like, hey, let's go and let's say this crap in the mirror. I don't remember who it was. I think it was your Aunt Coco, Anthony, honestly, that said that. And I, as a kid, had never heard of this. I was like 7 or 8. I was 8, I believe. And so then it came up again when I was like 8 or 9, maybe the same year, but maybe later on in the year or something. I just remember them trying to get me to do the thing, and I wouldn't do it because you say it 3 times and something happens in the mirror. Well, this is what happened to somebody when that actually worked. She was at a sleepover. Now, like I said, it's here in Central Texas. She lives here in Central Texas. I'm not going to say the town. Her husband is actually on the city council. So it's probably best if we don't say the name, and that's fine. But anyway, Alicia gave us this story, and she said that she went to a sleepover when she was 13 years old. Or no, I'm sorry, she had a sleepover when she was 13 years old. She had 4 friends come over. There were 5 girls all together. Her little brother and her, well, she had 2 little brothers, and her best friend had, it was basically the best friend's birthday, not hers. And the best friend, her parents would not let her have a sleepover at their house. Her parents were going through some stuff. So her parents, Alicia's parents, were very kind, and they said, you know what? Let her come over here. We have a big house, and we'll let them have the sleepover here. And her 2 little brothers got to each invite a friend. So there was a bunch of kids there. There were 9 altogether. And they decided to go. There was a garage where there was like a game room. It had been converted into like a game room, and there was a bathroom connecting that. And then there was this like sunroom that they had converted. And so it was a really cool looking place or whatever. And yeah, very nice parents, Jason Bland. What's up, Jason Bland? Paranormal Soup, guys. And so they go into the play mode. Everybody's having fun or whatever. And then it gets later in the night, and about 1 o'clock, she said, one of my friends, she's like that one that always has bad ideas. And I don't know if anybody knows the Brady Bunch, right? Marsha. Yeah. Her name is Marsha. And she says, Marsha always had the worst ideas. Like one time she's like, hey, let's go try to scare your brother and his friends, while they're down by the creek. And she thought that would be a lot of fun until they remembered that their little brothers always had their pellet guns with them. So they're hiding behind some brush, some whatever. Not only did they get poison oak all over their bodies, her and her 2 friends, but then they each got shot with their pellet guns from her little brothers until they got up and said, it's us. And then one of them kept trying. He's like, I don't care. And he's still like, I'm still going to. So she said that Marsha was behind that one too. And she ended up with a scar right here because her little brother's mean and probably was aiming for the eye. And that's horrible. He was trying to put an eye out. Like he was trying.
Older brothers can be pretty mean.
So she's like, my little youngest brother, he's the brat. He's mean. And, she's like, he's still mean. We're adults now in their 40s, So what ended up happening, they do the Bloody Mary thing. Now, I've heard lots of people do this. That people do all these, and they do that light as stiff as a board, light as a board. They do all this kind of stuff. And here's what happened. Not only did Marsha suggest that they do this Bloody Mary, one of her friends backed Marsha up and said, yeah, I've done it before. It's really cool. You'll see a demon. Right? She's like, yeah, I was over at Stacy's. I made that name up. But she's like, I was over at Stacy's and we summoned the devil with a Ouija board and yelling into the mirror.
Sounds like fun.
And everybody's like, ooh, brother, ooh, sister, ooh, why? So yeah,
a bit nutty.
Yeah, it's a bit nutty. So they go and they decide that they're going to do this. And so they go and all these kids, like 9 kids, right? They cram into this bathroom, but the bathroom is like kind of elongated and it had like the mirrors, whatever. And her parents, the mother was supposed to be watching them. She was dog tired. So she was upstairs. She went to sleep and the dad had left to go get food. Right. And so he was over there picking up the food for the slumber party. And he was gone for a little too long. And then we find out that he actually stopped by the bar, went to pick up the food, was like, oh, I'm going to have a drink, and then before you know, it's 1:30 when he's coming home. So he had left. It was like 11:30 or whatever. So she's like 2 hours go by and we're waiting on our food, our chicken wings and our pizza or whatever. And she's like, kids were getting restless. So we're playing all these games. She goes, and so we go into, and this is where when she was telling me the story, she was doing it very well until this point. This is where it kind of went off the rails. Like up to this point, it's kind of like, oh, cool. You're kind of reminiscing, it's the 80s. That's cool. But then it was like, then the devil showed up, right? It was just like everything changed. She was like, she got kind of quiet for a minute, and she says, okay, so we go into our bathroom. And she said that the way that they had designed the house, her parents had built the house. Her and her older sister shared that bathroom, but her older sister was 4 years older than her. Her older sister was out of town for like a track meet or something was going on. And she said that that's where things got weird. She's like, it wasn't fun anymore. She's like, we went in there and we said the words, and we did it 3 times in the mirror. She's like, then everybody started screaming and this panic ensued. And it started from the kids to my left. She goes, I was further to the right and everybody to the left, which was like they were further up into the bathroom, started screaming and started stampeding, trying to get out the door because something was grabbing them. She said the lights came on and 3 of us saw what looked like an entity. This entity was a horned being with red eyes. And she said that I could see it, and I could see this tail that stuck out going to its left. She said the tail, she remembered it very clearly. She says, you ever see how they always draw the tail, the little devil tail with the triangle? She said that's what it looked like.
Like an arrow?
Yeah, like the arrow. We talked about that, yeah. Everybody began to run out of that restroom. She's like, and then everybody screamed and yelled, and one girl started feeling nauseous, and they went and got the mom. The mom comes down. She's like, what are y'all doing? This is a big house, so the mother's not like hearing everything. And she, at that point, the mother had to sit with the kids for like another hour, and everything calmed down, and everybody went back to normal and stopped being afraid, and they just continued doing what they did. And also, the house is not, they don't have neighbors like this. This was on some land. This is kind of out in the country. It was on the edge of town, but they didn't have neighbors like, like right next door. There were people like right next door. So they had a full-size basketball court. Her family was very well off. And she said, we did very well. Our family was pretty, my dad had done well. He had made money, and we had owned land for a long time. She's like 4th generation, ranchers. And she said that we had this big full-size basketball court. So a lot of us went out there and started playing basketball. The boys went off and were doing whatever they were doing. And it was just kind of forgotten about, at least for the night. She's like, my mother became very hands-on. My dad comes back and says, oh, I saw the guys. And I started, and then the food got cold. He goes, so I reordered whatever. So the pizza came, everybody ate, even though it was late. It was like 1 a.m. or something like that. And she said that, but when the party was over, she's like, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the collective consciousness. This is not her words, mine. This is what I told her it could have been. She's like, I don't know if it was, her exact words were, I don't know if it was all of us believing. I said, that's probably a collective consciousness thing, right? She said that, I don't know what it was. She's like, but whatever came that night from that mirror didn't leave. Now, what it did was it just kind of bided its time, and that's what they do. Something showed up out of that mirror. She said that she was out with her dad, and the part of their land they used to farm, and so they were baling hay. And she said that my older cousins and my uncle was there, and she's like, my Uncle Jeff and me are very close, and he showed up, and he's like, letting me ride around on the 4-wheeler with him, and they were, doing what they were doing. And she's like, I loved being out in the pasture. She goes, and then we had a bull that I was very close to that I would go and I would pet and I would play with. I'd raise him since he was a baby. And she said that she went out there and she was doing what she was doing with the animals and riding on the 4-wheeler, and the boys were out there. They were baling the hay. Now, she said that one of her brothers, even though he was, this was when she was 14 years old. It was 2 months after this incident. Now, she said it was kind of weird. It was really deceptive the way it did it. Like it was, at first, there were just a few little things that happened. And she goes, from the time of this particular night, she's like, when my brother was already 13, he was a year younger than her. He was old enough to go out there and work, right? She said the littler one, he was not old enough yet. He was still too tiny. She's like, he was like 9. But she said that it was not a lot happened. Like she goes, there were clues. She goes, looking back, like there was one particular incident where she was making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. She was in her pantry. You heard that?
Yeah. Just cracked.
So she said that she was in the pantry. She goes, and I turn around to make the sandwich and my bread is gone. And she goes, we had cats and dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the dogs stayed outside. Some of the dogs stayed inside. They had I thought this was funny. The only one I remember, but one of her cats was named Pedro. And Pedro was a notorious thief. He would eat. So she looks around and she's like, Pedro. And she heard his little bell and he comes running down the stairs and she's like, well, that's weird. And it wasn't one of the dogs because they're too small to get up there. She's like, and then we had a female cat that was humongous, weighed like 20 pounds.
Jeez.
And she was super duper lazy. She couldn't get up on the counter. And she's thinking, there has to be a rational explanation for this. Okay, fine. She's like, and then one time my mom had made spaghetti, and she goes, my mother would make spaghetti or rigatoni, because her mother's Italian by birth. And she said that my mother would make like an Italian dish once a week. You know, sometimes it was baked ziti or lasagna. She goes, and it was spaghetti, and everybody was happy. It was like, oh, it's Friday, it's spaghetti, it's pasta night. She's like, I go to pull the chair, and I had a friend with me who was staying with her, who had come over to visit, my friend Angela. She goes, and we go to pull the chair, and it pulls out by itself. And everybody was like, whoa. And she's like, and even my dad, who was a hardcore skeptic, didn't believe in some of the weird things that they were talking, because her little brothers were having weird dreams, and she don't remember all their dreams. She asked them about it, and they were like, yeah, I remember having the dreams, but they don't remember what they were, except for one. Her youngest brother remembers being chased around by a horned creature. He just remembers it had horns. He don't remember anything else. Later, those were the dreams. Later, he remembers seeing something that looked like that. But as far as the dreams go, he was trying to go back and try to remember what they were. And it was just him being chased around. And it was chasing him around a tree. Mm-hmm. Right? She said that my dad was like, oh, okay, y'all are, freaking out like the little rascals or whatever. Kind of like my brother was like, yeah, y'all are how, But he wasn't really buying into it. No. So he told Alicia, he says, look, you're scaring your little brothers. You need to stop talking about this, whatever. And the older sister, well, she said the same thing. I don't remember her name, but she said, my older sister said, look, Dad, there is something going on. We were out in the hangar. They have like a barn, it's like a hangar. So we were out in the hangar the other day with cousin, with one of their cousins. And he was working on one of the ATVs, and his wrench flew across the thing and hit the wall. She talked to one of her teachers at school about this. I'm sorry, a coach at school. The older sister did, where she played volleyball, track, and all that stuff. And this teacher, this coach, had some experience with these things because his daughter had done something with a Ouija board. Remember we were talking about earlier how there was a big party and they had a Ouija board? That was it. Courtesy of Marcia. She's like, hey, let's play with the Ouija board. Yeah, all right, let's do that. Let's bring in the parents' liquor cabinet. Hey, folks, let's jump in the pool, deep in. Woo, woo, Not a good idea.
World Star.
Gun barrel.
World Star. World Star. So Marcia, with the bad ideas, she goes and brings the Ouija board, and this was like the summer before or something, and they had some stuff happen. Like something happened. Something large that they never could see, but it was big because they could see sometimes like a blurry image or a shadow, but they couldn't see like the form of it other than a shadow. Had come to their house. And so what he did was, which a lot of Texas Christians would do, they go and they get their clergy. They say, hey, we got some issues here. Can you come and help get rid of this thing? And so they did. But it kept lingering around. So the coach, she says, look, she's like, me and my husband had this happen because some of y'all kids came over and played with the Ouija board. Not her, not Alicia, but some of her friends. And Alicia was like, thank goodness I missed that party. She was sick. She goes, I was real sick. I had the flu, so I couldn't go. She said that everybody got sick afterwards, though. Like everybody got it. So who knows if that had anything to do with it or if it was just going around.
Yeah.
You know? But she did say, hold on one second.
I think we should just blame Marsha.
Everybody's just hating on Marsha. I agree, Ona. Marsha does not need to go to any more parties.
Yeah.
Yeah, she needs to stop. So here's what ended up happening. She says, look, she goes, I saw this thing for the first time after 2 months of these little shenanigans or whatever were going on. She goes, huh? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me look up right. All right, folks. Sorry. Work. Okay. So what ended up, where were we at? So she said, look, she's like, there is something going on in our house. And she believed that it was happening because she had talked to, her older sister had talked to her coach and said, hey, something happened at our house because of the Ouija board. It could be something similar that's happening to you guys. So she said that this went on for about another month after she saw something until her parents finally had to say, okay, something is going on here. And they had like this little house meeting. She goes, and my aunt was there because she was like our part-time babysitter. She was my dad's youngest sister. And she believed in all this stuff because apparently when her dad and her aunt and uncle were all kids, they had something that came and visited their house. Hold on. She found out that years ago, they had all encountered something that looked like a Bigfoot down by a creek. And that it actually threw rocks at them. Now get this. Shortly after that particular encounter, they started having poltergeist-like activity in their house. Some people would not make the connection, but here at PRT, we know it's all connected, right? So something was going on. He blocked a lot of it out, even though a lot of it seemed to center around him, and he tried to pretend like none of it was real, that he was dreaming most of these things. But his siblings said, no, it wasn't a dream. This was not what was going on. This really happened. And he seemed to be at the epicenter of it, but he refused to acknowledge it. And for years and years, he would not talk about it until eventually it got so bad at their house that they had to acknowledge that something came through that night. She thinks that the reason that she thinks or knows that it was that is because after 2 months, she said 2 months went by. It was summertime at this point. And she says, I was out there on the back patio. We had these ceiling fans and it was really pretty. She goes, and we had this balcony. She's like, and I would go and I would sit on it. And she goes, but then I always got the urge to go downstairs. There's a swimming pool. And she goes, and then I would go sit by the pool. She goes, and this day I decided I just wanted to read, but be in the shade. I didn't want to be out, by the pool. She's like, and so I was on the balcony. I just said, you know what, I'm going to go downstairs and sit underneath the ceiling fans. and read because it was warm, but the cross breeze was really nice. So she went down there. She goes, and while I'm reading, she goes, I noticed that there was this, because we had these pillars, like these rock or stone. Her house was made of stone. She's like, we had these stone pillars. She's like, and I look, and on one of them, there's a shadow there cast by the sun, right? When it gets later in the day. She said it was dark. It was really dark, which is normal. Except this time, it was really, really dark. It was so dark, in fact, that it almost looked black. And she was like, she goes, I put my book down. And she's like, and I was looking at it. And she goes, and I started to kind of freak out. She goes, so I put the book right next to me on this little stand that we had. She's like, and then this wind blew really hard, like out of nowhere. And it's still sunny out. It's not, it's like 7 o'clock at night. Or I guess in the summertime here in Texas, that's still daytime. And she said that the pages of the book started turning really fast. And she was like, what the heck? And then the book just flew off of that stand. It was like a little stand with like a drawer or whatever. Kind of like a nightstand, but like a book stand, whatever. And she says, I get up. She's like, and I'm freaked out at this point. She's like, and I keep looking at that spot, thinking that it's, there's something there. She's like, and then she goes, I asked a question. I said, who are you? What do you want? And this thing stepped to its left, came out by the pillar, and it was standing there right before her. She's like, I saw the whole thing. I saw exactly what it looked like. And this part gives me the chills too. And she said that it had horns. You could see the shadows. It was like horns, like right up here from the front of the head up. She's like, and then I saw this thing that was hanging down. She's like, and then it went back and forth like a pendulum. And it was like a triangular thing at the end of its tail. Like you could see it was a tail. She's like, and when it moved, I could see what looked like hooves. She's like, and I heard like a snort. Now you got to remember what I said earlier. She had a bull that she helped raise when it was a baby. Her sister was in 4-H, and her sister raised this bull from a baby. And now he was their breeding bull, and she said that this thing sounded like that. It was like, if I had to describe it, she said, this is what she said. She said, the only way I could describe it is like a minotaur. But it was just the shadow. It was like the form of a minotaur. She goes, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this thing. She goes, and I'm in shock and I'm in awe, but I am absolutely horrified at this. Those were her words. She said, and this thing lunged at me. It like came toward me. She's like, what was so weird was the legs like stayed in place, but its body kind of elongated and its arms came out. She's like, it was like grounded to that spot. And she ran inside the house, and she looked back when she got inside. She was like several feet away from the door. She looks, she goes, I look, I don't see anything. She's like, and so I run up the stairs. And she goes, and as I'm running up the stairs, I look back down, and she goes, and the two doors both opened up. And this gust of wind came through. And the problem with this, folks, is that your house is your sanctuary. You know, a lot of times when we hear about these beings, they'll party outside around the house, depending on who sent it and where it came from, whatever. But once it's been invited in the house, what this has to do with the words that they were chanting, I think has less to do. I think that has less to do with what comes through. I think that you doing that opens a portal, because if you've looked into these cases like I have, the whole bloody whatever thing, it doesn't matter what, okay? You say it in the mirror. Different people have reported different things. I had some friends that I've been friends with for years, and when they were kids, they were teenagers, they did this. And guess what they saw? A weird-looking witch-like hag-looking thing. And it began to run around the house and do all kinds of crazy stuff. The woman that we were going to tell her story too, I don't know if we're going to have time, but her story, something black with white eyes, like just all white eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys heard the story. It was terrifying. And you're like, what is that?
Sure.
But there again, that thing had horns. It was like a female hag with horns. I think these things too come across as whatever you kind of are expecting them to be. You give them that power and they sort of take on that form. But there is something to this bull man thing. And I'll get into the history of that in a little bit if you stick around. And this thing decided that it was going to make its home there because the dad, who did not want to believe this and did not want to face what had happened when he was a child, he started having dreams, and he confided in his wife that this creature, or whatever, was awakening memories in him that they thought, oh, he was just fluffing it off like it never happened. They were like his siblings and his parents. Oh, you knew it happened. You were just pretending. No, he wasn't pretending. He had suppressed it. He really didn't remember it. But this thing said, okay, I'm going to make you remember what happened. And then the dream that he had one night, he had gotten up to go to work like normal. He had a day job. He was working at that time. He sold insurance, and then he also had the ranch. So they did very well. But he got up to go to his job. It was his insurance firm, whatever, at that time. Now he's like a council member, whatever. But he had gotten up to go to work or whatever. And he didn't remember. Right? Now he did. He looks in the mirror and he sees this fog in the mirror. He gets out of the shower and he's like, what in the heck is this? And then he realizes he's showering, but he's not really awake. And he becomes, aware that he's dreaming. And this demonic bullheaded creature comes up out of the mirror and is standing there staring at him. When he turns, he looks at it, has red eyes. And then he sees, like he turns around in the shower where the wall was. It was like a woods. And he sees this big ape-like creature with this angry, menacing-looking face running towards him. And he curls up in a little ball and hides behind a tree. Then he remembers this happening in real life until his older brother picked him up and grabbed him, and they ran out of that tree. It was a tree they were hunting. And they ran out of this tree stand. Now, his job, of course, at that time, he couldn't even do his job. It got to the point where he wasn't even showing up at the office. He was having nightmares. He was sleeping in, and he told his wife, he goes, I think that whatever this is back. And she was like, you mean what your siblings claim that really happened? You keep saying it didn't happen. He says, no, it did. It did happen. I'm sorry, he's not the one that was the councilman. That's Alicia's husband, not him. So he began to, she had told Alicia that at that time it was horrible. The kids didn't know everything that was going on. He had woken up at one point and he was crawling around the floor. And the phone was ringing and they were getting weird calls. Back then we had those little caller IDs,
Yeah.
And the call would be some weird number that they'd never heard. And they would just hear somebody talking like they were talking backwards. Now that's interesting. And I told her, I said, hold on, you said backwards. She said, yes. I said, okay, that's demonic. They speak in reverse a lot of times.
Everything's an inversion.
An inversion. They had a big cross on the wall. Alicia said right there in the game room. They go in there and there's a pool table and they're shooting pool. She goes, and the cross was upside down. She also had this mat that said Jesus lives here and that it was thrown out into the yard and looked like it had been chewed up. They started noticing that everything they had that had anything to do with God, like it said, God bless our home, it was cracked and broken. The demonic had completely infested their house. One of their Bibles looked like somebody had burned the pages, and their little brother got in trouble for it. He got spanked. And he was like, I didn't do this. But the older brother claimed to see him do it. Now, here's the question. Did he do it? Was it him that did it? Or was it a demonic mimic? That's the thing you don't know, because this stuff muddies the waters. It obfuscates everything.
Causes confusion.
Causes confusion and chaos, and it comes to kill, steal, lie, and destroy is what it does. He's like, and about that time, my mother became super duper hyper paranoid to the point where if we went over to a friend's house, she's calling, what are you doing? Who are you with? Whatever. And then she started following my dad around like he was cheating on her. And she found out that my dad just liked to go to the bar and have a couple of drinks with his friends. But he was talking a little flirtatiously with one of the bartenders, according to her. She goes in there and makes a big old scene. And this is in a big town. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, what's wrong with this woman? This woman's crazy. Did you hear about her? Like, totally, like, she's like lost her mind. Like, she's like so crazy now. She's like came in there and was like, what are you doing? Talking about husband. Like, stop. Just gross. You know? So the whole town needs to know about it. Like, make sure you just like ring the bell and tell everybody how crazy that family is, like, because they need to know, so we can all make fun of them. So they come into the local steakhouse. We're all like, "Oh my god, look at this family! They eat the blooming onion. They're crazy. The mom is nuts.
Hear ye, hear ye!
Yeah,
This lady nuts.
Hear ye! On this day of our Lord, this woman did accuse us of flirting with bartender Winch, whatever. But this was what was going on. And she says, Wolf, she calls me Wolf. She says, Wolf, this was the worst time of my childhood. At this point, she broke down. And, I was just like, I don't know what to say at this point. I'm sitting there and I'm listening. And I'm like, but I finally asked the question. I said, do you know how long you've had me on the phone? I got to go. You need to wrap this up. I'm joking. I didn't
know how many minutes I'm going to have to
It would
pay
have been
for.
horrible if I did that. No, seriously. But I did make some jokes, and I kind of brought her back. And I said, look, I know this is hard. This is something. She's like, it was destroying my parents' marriage. She goes, and all it was a bunch of kids. We were just kids. And she goes, and we did something. We opened something up. I don't know how or why or what we, And I said, look, it was, like I said, it was a collective consciousness. And she said, I said, did you, of course she was a teenager. She didn't think to do this. I said, but did you have the cognizance to go, I had to ask each one of the children what they were visualizing. She said, no, I didn't. She said, but as I got older, I've talked to each one of the people that was there. And there were a couple of them that said that what they saw this, horned beast come out of the mirror. And at least one of them started having things happen, like she was walking from her house, from Alicia's house. There was just this trail, right, that went from their house to the neighbors, the neighboring ranch, whatever. And she had walked it 100 times. They'd grown up together. Her family had like 60, 70 acres, and it was right there, like a footpath they could walk. And they were neighbors. And she said that she was walking home, and she had never told Alicia this because it terrified her. She goes, and I hear something drop down, and she goes, it was so loud. She's like, it was like, boom. And she was like, look back, you could see Alicia and them's ranch / farm, and then she could turn and see their ranch, and she was having to debate whether or not she should run, which direction she should run to. So she thought, well, my house looks like it's closer, but there's nobody there. So she chose to do nothing. She just sat there, and she crouched down, And she began to pray, and she cried because she knew that something was there. And she says, I never saw it. I didn't look up. She goes, but I saw a shadow appear. And I know what this is like because it's happened to me as a kid. When I was living in a house that was messed up. And she said, the shadow appeared right in front of me. And she said that I just kept praying. And she goes, I heard the snorting noise. And I could feel. She didn't say hear. She told Alicia, I could feel footfall. And it was like hooves. They were all raised around cattle. I know I was. Mm-hmm. And when you're out there and you're feeding, I've been surrounded by cows. I mean, it's a weird feeling because they're kind of big animals, you know? Yeah. And my great uncle, he had 100 head of cattle, you know, that I was out there helping feed. There were more than that, but just in that one area, there was 100 head. And I went out there to feed, and you see these black Angus, and they're all around you. The main thing, I'm just looking out, make sure the bull didn't get loose or something, because I'm like, okay, cow, you know, steer clear of the bull. I'm like, okay, we're feeding, we're good. Then if you hear this loud boom, 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 you feel the ground, and then you're like, oh crap, because one time the bull was loose, and I'm gonna be honest, we would tease him because we never thought we'd have to. You know, yeah. So me and my cousin Donnie, and we jump in the back of my cousin's pickup, our older cousin, and he just ran. It was an old beat up Ford, thank goodness. It wasn't nobody's prize, but he went straight for it, and he pushed the back of that thing, and I almost fell. He was trying to knock us out of it, is what he was trying to do, and he would even get up on it and put his front like legs up on the tires of the dually, and you're just like, this thing is insane. These bulls don't care. What?
Is there somebody here? Or is
what the heck was that?
Still there.
It is. Check the room next door.
What the heck was that? That was loud.
I'm gonna go check.
Seems like every show now. It sounded like somebody shaking the door, didn't it? Yeah, sounded like that.
Yeah.
Is somebody there?
Someone was doing it violently.
Who's there? Well, they shook it and ran. I thought somebody had come to the studio. Well, that's bizarre. Okay, so anyway, just, you know, I don't know what's going on. That's weird. I guess Leo could come in here if you want to bring him in here, because I don't want to leave the animals in there by themselves. I don't want whatever that was messing with them.
Yeah, let me get him.
Just let Jack and Leo come in here. Bring them in. Did they bring Story? Because Story it's probably cold for her too. What about the cats and Elvira?
So Story is cuddled up in my blankets.
Okay. And Banjo's cool. Okay. Yeah, because we have part of our animals out at the ranch, part of our animals at the house. We have Truffles and at the ranch, along with
Beanie,
Baby, the two dogs,
and Honey Butter.
And then Honey Butter's our cat. They're all kind of a little clique. So they're there together. It's weird.
Well, if it was,
you want to see, put Leo on there, or we could just click it over. So there he is. He comes. He came right to me, folks. Here he is. What's up, buddy? There you are. Are you gonna poop on me?
Probably.
He poops. It's okay. I'm used to it. I was playing with Jack the other day, and he pooped. Well, he didn't get me. He got Nelly. Yeah. As soon as I handed him the Nelly, he peed and pooped all over her.
Feel comfortable.
With me, he just runs around and he comes up to me and just whatever. So what ended up happening with this, right? This he just pushes down everywhere, all over the place. So there's this creature thing, whatever it is, that starts showing up regularly at their house. The back door, they'll see it. The front door, they'll see it. And everybody's seeing this thing. And it looks like a minotaur. What's crazy though is as time went on, it started to look less and less like a shadow. You know, like the goat thing that the Iranian people were seeing that looked, remember we talked
It was
about
becoming more solid.
And I said it was becoming more solid. That's what happened with this. It became more and more solid and began to look more and more like a, are you trying to undo my chain again?
Yeah.
He tried to undo my chain.
He's really good at it.
He is good at it.
He does all the time.
I have him on my show. My
I was gonna try and peck at your beard. That's what he does to me.
He's gonna. Yeah, here he goes. He's gonna mess with it.
Get this off. Get this off.
Oh, that's some real gold right there.
So trying to be distracted by the bird, folks, but it's funny. So this thing became more and more solid to where they could make out the features of it. And they were waking up and this thing was at the foot of their bed. This thing was moving around the house. What ultimately ended up happening, because it just decided to make itself a part of their lives, they had a family meeting and they invited many family members and a bunch of different people, and they prayed and they prayed and they prayed and they fasted. And one of the people at their church was cognizant enough to say, hey, we've seen this before with people from the congregation. They've had this issue. And they had a meeting and they told the children, they said, no more of this going and saying things in front of the mirror. Now, you got to remember, this was also during the Satanic Panic.
Mm-hmm.
But this stuff was really happening, which fueled the Satanic Panic. It wasn't just they would have you believe that it was all just a bunch of nonsense and nothing was really going on, but there was something going on. Right, Leo? It was. It was really happening. You going to whistle for me? Show him how you can do, he can do Andy Griffith's show.
Yeah. Yeah, I taught him that.
The other day, Elvira was in his face and he started whistling at her and
Yeah.
went back in the bed. Like he don't even care.
You don't
even care, do you, buddy? You want to whistle? So this creature began to become a part of their lives until they got everybody together and they began to pray. And then, get this thing, one of the people there could see it. Everybody was like, what are we praying? There's something invisible, but they knew that it was there. One of the women there, she had like the eye. She could see it. She's like, it's going outside. It's getting weaker. And it ended up jumping into the swimming pool, and there was this huge splash. And a bunch of people saw this, but they didn't see what it was. They didn't. Let me see. He's on the.
Oh, is he going after the keyboard?
Yeah, no, he was going after the mouse. I don't want people getting blocked because Leo's like, you're out of here. Folks, get your name in green for the giveaway, folks. $5 and it gets your name in green and you become a member. So this creature began to become very much a part of their lives, and it caused a lot of problems. They would be driving home late at night. There was many different instances of it, and some of it we're thinking about. We're going to do some smaller stories cut out based on some of the stuff that they told us. And Alicia was coming home. Her and her older sister. At this point, it went on for a while. She was almost 15 by the time they got rid of it. And it just got worse and worse and worse. And it was bringing back these bad memories for her dad. Her dad was reliving the nightmare that had gone on with this haunting / Bigfoot creature that was seen, that was stalking him. They was having nightmares of this creature chasing him. One of the most prevalent dreams that they had, folks, was of being in a maze. And you guys remember we talked about this. Mm-hmm. The maze that she was describe the maze that the way it was, Tony. Do you remember the maze, the way they described it?
Well, I remember when you first told me about it, and the first thing that I asked you about it, and I asked you was like, what were the walls? And you said that the walls were just real dark and like it was kind of like rocky or something. And so I said, oh, well, that kind of sounds like it's underground or something.
Yeah. And so what ended up happening with this, let me do it. with this maze that they were going into. The walls were rounded. And it was like a black stone. And then it would become like clear, like gray, with no sort of like distinction. It was almost like cement. And at one point, Alicia remembers, she was gone for 2 days. Like this thing, whatever it was, took her. It took her out of her bed and drug her out into the night. This is the most horrifying thing that happened to her in her whole life. And it was hard even getting her to talk about this to me. And she said that this thing drug her out into the woods. And she's like, we go, and it's like we just dropped. And she's like, and all I see is darkness. And she goes, and I'm crying and I'm screaming and I'm begging this thing to stop. She's like, and then we end up and we're like in this, like, it's like I've been abducted. I am underground. And she's like, at this point, she goes, I just remember this thing had like an axe. It was like a big old axe, and it had like a sharp point on the end of it, like it was like something you could stab somebody with, you know, and then it had like the blade of the axe,
could stab
like
and
a battle
slice.
axe, stab and slice weapon. She said that this thing was like scraping the walls with it, and she would run from it, and it was chasing her. And she's like, and then it would stop, and these weird black creatures with little robes and shiny blue eyes would come out and grab her and then pull her into the wall and then leave her inside what she could only describe as a little jail cell. And she said that she's like, time was moving. She's like, I know it was at least 2 days. I was gone for 2 days. She goes, and then eventually she's like, I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. She goes, and then I woke up and I was in my bed. And my parents were like, where were you? We've been looking all over for you. And she was covered in dirt and debris and leaves and stuff. She had been all over the woods, I guess, is the only thing she could figure. And she started screaming and crying and telling her parents, she's like, the thing, that creature, it took me into the woods. And she didn't know if they really believed her or not. And she said that was the most terrified that she'd ever been in her whole life. But it tried to do it again. And her grandmother, her late grandmother, who had passed away already a couple years before, she had a silver necklace and there was a cross on it. She's like, and she started wearing it. And when it went to grab her, when its hand grabbed that cross, it like burned and it backed up. And then it started making a bunch of noise and jumping up and down and stomping until her mother and her sister came running into the room. They didn't see anything, but they saw the dresser like moving back and forth. She had this big solid oak wood dresser with a mirror, and it collapsed over from the force of this thing. So it was really affecting physical objects around it. So she was gone for what she estimated to be 2, maybe 3 days at the most. But she was really only missing for like 8 hours. And they were at that time calling everybody and saying, where have you seen Alicia? Do you know where she's at? So she was abducted by this thing. But in this dreamlike state, her sister was being abducted. But she was being taken by these little black robed creatures, described like what she saw. And she was being chased around what could only be described as a maze with rounded black walls with weird writing on them in some sort of language that didn't, just like little symbols and stuff. And there again, it was this bull-headed creature chasing her around. When this thing finally made its departure, several people from her church got ill. And then the preacher, who's no longer the preacher, that he's retired now. In fact, he's deceased, but he stood up before the congregation and says it's something we need to put out of our minds. We're not going to give it power. And we're just, and a lot of people didn't like that. They thought that this information should be shared with the public so that people would know. Right? But in my personal opinion, that preacher was more interested in getting people to go to his church and donating and whatever, rather than telling people stuff that makes them look weird. And this was during the Satanic Panic. So you figured, you know, it would have been helpful to have told the truth so that people could have seen that this really was happening. It wasn't just a bunch of people freaking out and acting crazy. I think during that time, there was an assault going on the church, and it was picking off the weaker members, and there was a great falling away from the church during all that madness. Her best friend, the one that lived close by, who saw the shadow appear over her as she prayed, she saw something in the woods one time when she was 29 years old, and she was visiting her parents. She had moved to West Virginia. She was in the military at one point. She met a guy, and they got married, and he ended up living in West Virginia. That's where he was from. And they went back to visit, and there was a wedding. And Alicia was there at the wedding. She was 29 years old. They both were. They were the same age. Well, her friend was 30. She's 29. But she was walking through the woods. Crazy thing, you don't really stop and think about this kind of stuff until it confronts you. And then once it goes away, you kind of like put it out of your mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's like, and I remember she says it was like in the mid 2000s or whatever. She's like, I was on the phone. This is her friend. She's like, and I hear like footfall, like leaves crunching. She's like, it was October. And she's like, and I look to my right and I see this creature staring at me. She's like, and it was a black wolf, but it was the size of a Volkswagen. It didn't get up and it didn't walk around on its hind legs. It didn't do anything. But what it did do was just sort of like melt, like really quickly. She's like, it was like ice cream. It was weird. And then it just kind of became like this vapor. She's like, and I ran back into the reception hall. And it wasn't her wedding, by the way. It was her sister's, but she was there for a wedding. She's like, and I run back in and everybody's like, I'm one of the maids of honor, you know, whatever. And she's like, where were you? Where did you go? What was going on? Whatever. It's at that time that she realized that she had been gone for 4 hours. All she did was take a phone call from work. So that happened to her friend, the one that lived adjacent to her. This was years later. Mm-hmm. So they believe that something still exists in those woods. They've also seen what looks like a horrifying ghost that lives on that lives. I don't know, if that's the appropriate word or whatever. But all of them have seen this woman, what they say that is called the woman in white. And they go down this road. And it's a gravel county road, and this woman will come running out in front of their vehicle. And this is going to sound completely weird and screwed up or whatever, but they can drive right through her. And sometimes she runs out in front of them and she has no head. So it's, yeah. And she looks like she's wearing something from the late 1800s. So that is bizarre. She said that entity had been there long before, you know, any of this other stuff. She's like, when I was 5 years old, she's like, my parents saw that, and my dad was in complete denial, of course. She's like, but my Uncle Jeff, he was always putting my dad to task, and he was like, you know what you saw when you were a kid. Stop acting like it. You were scared of the Bigfoot. You peed in my bed because you were so scared of it because it was knocking at the glass. You don't remember that? You remember the Bigfoot? Come on, tell me you remember the Bigfoot. The Bigfoot was at the window. You don't remember the Bigfoot at the window? I remember the Bigfoot at the window. You were peeing in my bed. What's wrong with you?
Forcing him to relive it every time.
He's just like, stop. There was no Bigfoot. I don't believe in Bigfoot. It's a beef jerky mascot. And he was just like, you know, and so in conclusion to this, and this is all I can really tell you, that's pretty much it. But there are things in this world that are stranger than we could possibly know, we could possibly understand. And the only thing I can tell you is it seems like the Christ is the remedy. The purpose of this show never started out just to make people believe in Jesus. This isn't the point. The point was just to retell encounters, but it just kind of went in that direction as I began to talk about Christ being the remedy for a lot of this. And it really is. He really is the remedy. because a lot of this stuff goes away. You know how many times I've heard stories about ghosts and aliens, and Jesus is just like, phew.
It's a repeated theme over and over and over.
I'm telling you. And all I'm doing is trying to tell you your best weapon that you have in your arsenal is to get your heart right with God. And like Brother Abe says, pray for Brother Abe. He lost his niece a couple of nights ago. Please pray for him. He's going through some stuff, spiritual and cryptic encounters with Abe Seas. He's up at night. I saw Dick Richards on his show the other night. He was on Jason Bland's last week. Go check it out. Brother Richards was on there. I got to tell you, man, that there is something to this. Because if there wasn't, I wouldn't be talking. I wouldn't be telling you. I would tell you what was what. If somebody came to me and said, the name of Muhammad, the name of, Ishtar, or the name of Allah, or whatever, Gautama, it made everything go away, I would tell you. And I'd probably rethink my belief system. But that's not what's happening. What has happened is it has reaffirmed for me my belief system, and that I do believe I'm on the right path at that when it comes to that. I may be wrong about a lot of other things, but I'm right about that. And I don't think I'm wrong about too much when it comes to this. And that sounds completely arrogant, but it's the truth. If you look at what we've been uncovering, why do you think whenever we have a show, so many people show up? Why do you think that whenever we do we open the lines up, like we will tomorrow night? Tomorrow night's Monday, right? Mm-hmm. Tomorrow night, we're going to open up the lines. I guarantee you we'll have a bunch of people in the queue.
Yeah. We still have yet to be able to get to everyone who joins the call-in shows.
We've never been able to.
There's always some people who join, but we don't have time to get to everyone.
And then somebody said, why did you only have a couple people on last? I was like, what? We had like 7-8 stories that were told, and we were on for 4 hours.
What more do you want?
What are you talking about? What? I could sit here and turn, paper mache. I could, like, what do you? I don't know. What is a good analogy? I could take this and turn it into gold, and they would be like, this guy. Why did you just turn that bracelet into gold? Why didn't you make a gold car?
Like, you give up the earth, and they're crying because they don't have the moon.
I cured cancer. Oh, you cured cancer. What about world hunger? Yeah. Never happy. Never, ever happy.
Bottomless pits of despair.
Somebody was telling me that they didn't like the Patreon show because there were no cryptids. Not happy. Well, being not happy then.
Well, have fun being not happy about everything, and then you come to me in 10 years and tell me what your life's like.
And here's the thing, too. This is not a cryptid channel. People are like, oh, you're a cryptid channel, whatever. This is not a ghost channel. This is not a UFO channel. It's not an alien channel. This is a channel about what is the paranormal. My definition of the paranormal is maybe not your definition of the paranormal.
Well, that sucks for you.
Yeah. My definition of the paranormal is something that is not normal.
Yeah.
It's out of the realm of normality.
It's like, I remember what the way Sal put it. He's like, well, it's like in the context of like cryptids not being paranormal. He's like, well, it's certainly not normal. So what else would you call it?
Oh yeah, I forgot. You guys call him Sal. Mm-hmm. He always referred to himself as Sal, and I always called him Armando. So, yeah. But this channel is all of it. And I've had people ask me why. They're like, it's too vast of a subject to cover all of it. And I said, that's why you're having problems with your content. I was given bad advice by somebody, not a nice person, who's no longer, well, he's still on the outskirts of this. And I think he's recently trying to do it again or whatever, but he's not. He quit a long time ago because he decided to go do whatever it was he pursued to do. And recently came back or something, but he tried to tell me, he says, you can't do all of it. You have to pick a lane and stay in it. That was your advice? That was terrible advice. I didn't follow it. Thank God I didn't follow it. Because that's not what this is. This is not, you're not going to get to the bottom of this just by talking about dogman.
Yeah.
You got to talk about it all, because there's a lot more out there than just Dogman, and Dogman is a part of it. It's one of the panels of this tapestry. It's one of the pieces, and any one of these topics should be able to bring you to the pieces. So that's that, folks. There were other, parts to the story, like that we had to kind of move a little faster because we couldn't get it all, and we didn't get to tell Trisha's story. We will eventually tell hers at some point, and but this is it. This is what we do. And tomorrow night, I hope you show up tomorrow night for open lines, because we have had some amazing stuff happen on open lines. It's not really open lines in the way you call on a phone line. You tell them how it is.
So we post a link to join the live stream in the live chat, and we'll pin it at the top of the chat, so it's always there. And then occasionally we'll repost it just in case people don't see the pin message. And if you want to tell your story, then that's how you join the show. Like, you just pay attention to the live chat. The link to become a guest on the show will be on there. You click on it, it'll take you to a website called StreamYard. You just put your information in there, you hit enter, and then you're going to be put into like a waiting room. Now, depending on your place in line, depending on how many people there are, you may or may not get your chance, because sometimes we either get a lot of people in there, or we get just people who have really in-depth stories and who genuinely need help. They feel like that they don't know where to turn, and that they want to give their story to Wolf specifically.
And we've been doing this week after week,
mm-hmm.
and we've been filling it up with 10 to 12 people at any given time in that queue.
Mm-hmm.
So and we did this out of necessity. The reason we did it was very simple. I said, there's too many people trying to give us their stories.
Yeah.
So if you ever doubt that there's people that are giving us stories, just go watch Monday. And that is a vindication of us, because you can sit there, because we've had people that literally say stupid things. Well, I wouldn't say competitors. They wish they were competitors, but, and not to sound haughty or arrogant, but they're.
I mean, if you don't believe that there's people who line up to give us their stories, Monday nights, just click that link to enter the StreamYard studio, and you'll be part of the stream, and you'll see how many people are in there. You can see it for yourself. There's nothing that's being hidden or what. It's all out there in the open. I mean, we walk in the light. So I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. And so the Lord God has blessed me with an ability, and I use it. And that's it. I don't. There's other things I'm not blessed with. I'm not a musically talented person. Somebody tried to mess with me the other day in a group over there, saying, "Well, I can sing," and I'm like, "Good. I make music." I said, "My wife makes music." They're like, "Does she sing and play instruments?" And I was like, "No, she doesn't, but she writes it, and it's not AI. The AI is the lyrics are not AI." Mm-hmm. And I told him, I said, look, you need to understand something. I was like, I'm not up here pretending to have any more talent than anybody else other than what I know how to do. And one thing I know how to do is talk to people. Go watch Friday's episode with James Bartley. You want to see the quality of guests that come on? Pay attention. This coming Friday, we're going to have Jason McLean talking about the end times. And I don't do interviews. I do conversations. We go back and forth, and I like to get their ideas of what my ideas are, to see what, where we're at. And I'm open to talking to anybody. If you want to come on and talk, come on and talk. You got to say what you got to say what you got to say. I don't turn people away unless they're cussing, yelling, acting crazy. I mean, say what you got to say. That's what it is. That's what Sundays is for this, and Mondays is for that. And I don't try to pretend like I'm any more than I am. A lot of people have said a lot of horrible things about us, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to change anything. PRT is going to be what it is. It's a train. You can get on it and be a part of the winning team, or you can stand on the tracks and act a fool. Like they say, lead, follow, or get out of the way. So if you have any questions, I know it's already 3:14 hours. Somebody wants to get on and say or ask any questions before we bounce here, because there might be something I might have missed. It's funny too, because like we did 3 hours and 14 minutes. They'll say, well, the show didn't really get started till 45 minutes in. You still got 2 hours of stuff. How many people out there are doing this much?
Yeah.
Can you name one?
There's much content.
Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. Name somebody that's doing 2.5, 3 hour shows consistently,
like
2 or 3 times a week.
300 episodes.
Like the Jerry Lewis telethon of paranormal stories.
Mm-hmm. And you'll see it on Monday when people come on trying to tell their stories. I have no doubt. You know, and we had somebody ask us that in the comment section. They got removed because they got real snarky. And they're like, what are you going to do when nobody shows up to tell their stories? And I'm like, yeah,
I wouldn't know.
It won't happen. There'll be people there to tell their stories.
Don't know the feeling, but why don't you start your own channel and you'll know the feeling?
Yeah. And Garrett says the consistency is unmatched. Yeah. This is interesting. Two Shadows says something very interesting here. Is sky entities in sky? Yes. Why? Have you seen something like that? Because we have had, especially over the last couple of years, people claiming to see these like weird things floating in the sky. We all saw something last night. Nellie noticed it first, and we were going down 620, and it was, I don't know what it was. It was like a BB in the sky, and that would be the 4th time I've seen something like that. So I don't know what that was. Good night, Brittany. So anybody wants to enter into the giveaway, do it now. Get in green because we're about to do the giveaway. And here is the banner for the giveaway, right? Oh, that's not it either. There it is. So let me know if you have any desire to win.
So we got John Maddox, Marlo Martin, and Alan Garcia picking up.
Rogue Status.
Have they won before?
Roscoe hasn't.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, so he hasn't won before. John Maddox hasn't won either.
John was the first one to comment too.
Marlo Martin, yes, I win all day, every day. That's right. Let's see, who else? How many did you want to do today?
We're doing 2 every deal or whatever.
Okay, so we have John Maddox was the first to speak up. He said he hasn't won before. And
Roscoe was the second one I saw. Crisis King has also never won.
Okay. Okay, so we have our 2. So Roscoe and John Maddox, the instructions are scrolling in a little ticker at the bottom of the screen. But all you have to do is send an email with your name. Say, hey, I won the giveaway. Send your mailing address and your shirt size, and we'll send you something in the mail.
But if you want something specific, please send in the email what you specifically want. So, like, for instance, a book, or if you want a specific book, then please put the author's name.
What are we giving away today?
I don't know. I mean, they can ask for a.
Oh, thank you for that, John Phoenix.
Oh, and I want to address this real quick. Ona, I saw that you joined, or that you've been trying to figure out how to become a member, but instead you joined the Patreon. Thank you for that. Now, you're getting a better deal by joining the Patreon, because what's going to happen, Ona, is that now instead of just being a $5 a month member and you're eligible for giveaways, you're definitely going to get something in the mail from us. You're going to get a swag bag with multiple things. Usually includes an autograph book, a shirt, some stickers, some keychains.
Depending on what.
Yeah,
what,
I mean,
what tier
depending
she's
on what tier you're on. But so, Ona, don't worry. We're going to take care of you. You're going to get your swag bag in the mail. So you don't have to be a member, because a member is $5 a month and it makes you eligible to win a giveaway. You're a Patreon member. You've already won. You got something coming in the mail.
Yeah.
So
but
thank
she
you.
can
for that,
also
Ona.
win the giveaway too.
Mhm.
You know, if your name is in green, you've never won the giveaway. You can win again. I mean, that's the.
Yeah. It's
Cool.
just she was trying to become a member, but she became a Patreon member instead because she couldn't figure out the YouTube membership, which a lot of people can't. It's weird depending on what your phone is, like I said.
And guys, we'll be doing it again. So if you didn't win tonight, just try again. I mean, you know, your name is in green and you show up at the live and say, hey, I haven't won. It's that easy.
There'll always be more winners. That's what we do here at Bear T.
Yeah. Any other comments here? We need to get a hold of what's her name? You got to tell your story tomorrow. We want you to be on the show to tell your story. We named it the Lechusa thing. We thought Nemesis was going to be on there. So there she is. There's Nemesis. She's like, I got a few additional stories that are pretty thought-provoking and plan to share besides the footage. Well, that's good. Get them on. Come on. Tell the Lechusa story for sure, but if you got a lot more stuff going on, we can record together, or we can do a show, or we can have you come on as a guest. We have, if you're going to, because I'm trying to get everybody to be able to tell like one story, but it depends. Depends on how many people show up, how much time we have. So we got more. We can do more. Last show was like 4 hours. His feathers are getting everywhere.
You see him running across the screen?
Yeah. And then there's Thaler Nemesis again. She says, question. On a previous live, someone said that Christ ministered to the inner earth dwellers during the time he was dead. Thoughts on that, Wolf? Well, we got 600 people in chat. Do y'all want to hear that? You want to know what my take on that is?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be an overwhelming yes.
Well, not everybody, because people probably need to go. But if people want to know, tell me that they want to know. Thank you for that donation, John Phoenix from Sweden. 100 in Swedish. What does that come out to?
Kroner. I'm not sure.
Like
I think it's like $10 maybe.
Bucks, yeah. That's interesting to know the different. I don't think it's just $10. I think it's like just a little more than that. Look it up. See what the dollar is to the Swedish. Lawrence says he's freed all the souls in Sheol. Depends. What is Sheol? Sheol is the Jewish version of death. They don't believe in hell. They don't believe that you go to hell. They don't believe that you get anything. And if you're Jewish, you don't get punished at all, according to them. I don't believe that, but that's my belief. Somebody says it was Sheol. Well, not necessarily. It wasn't necessarily hell either. There is the interpretations of the Bible. Here we go again. And it makes people mad when I say this, but they're not correct. What?
It's about $10. Yeah.
$10, yeah. So thank you for that donation. That's pretty cool though. The way it does it. That's neat. And it converts it. So I'll say this about that whole situation there, and it is. I don't want to say the wrong. It's 1 Peter 3. Gosh, come on, the audience, help me here.
What?
3:18. I don't know. Look up 1 Peter 3:20, or maybe it's 3:16 or 3:18.
Let's see.
I like people to do the research and look it up themselves, because it makes you open your Bible and read it, which is a lot of people don't do, especially the New Testament, where we need to be. And now, if you want to hear this, I'll tell you what I know. Look up 1 Peter 3:16 or 3:18, I believe.
So 3:16 is, have a good conscience, that whereas they speak evil of you as of evildoers, they may be ashamed that falsely accuse your good conversation in Christ.
Okay, what is 3:17? 3:18. Go to 3:18. It's either 16 or 18.
3:18 is Christ suffered once for sins, the righteous for the unrighteous, to bring you God, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit.
Okay, and go to the next one.
By which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison.
There it is. Okay, all right. So it's 1 Peter 3:19, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does it say continuing?
Which sometime were disobedient, when once the long suffering of God waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was a preparing, wherein few, that is, 8 souls, were saved by water. The like figure whereunto even baptism doth also now save us, not putting away of the filth of the flesh, but the answer of a good conscience toward God by the resurrection of Jesus Christ, who is gone into heaven and is on the right hand of God, angels and authorities and powers being made subject unto him.
So what it's saying basically is like Jesus suffered for your sins, right? And it's saying that Jesus actually, he died and he went and he ministered to those within the earth. It's basically saying that. Now, the problem comes when it translates into from Aramaic to Hebrew. This is the truth. It goes from Aramaic to Hebrew, right? Okay. A lot of people think it's the other way around, but I don't want to argue because people go, oh, it's not what I heard. I read this in Newsweek or some other bull crap. Okay. I'm not trying to be ugly or mean. I just want to get right to the point. Your Bibles are different. They are. I'm just telling you, they're not all the same. And how can every one of them be correct? Because they're not. Same thing I had a problem with the Muslims. They're always like, this is the word of God. No one can change whatever. You change it when you translate it to Chinese or Mandarin. Come on. And then it becomes something else, right? Because there's no words for certain things in certain languages. So they improvise. You know, when they improvise, you know what happens? Things get screwy. Okay. So let's say 1 Peter, 3 through 3, 19 and 20 would be where you'd find that in particular. It's basically like it's often brought up in discussions about Jesus and his activity in like the land of the dead. Okay, that's basically what it is. Now, Debbie Cawthra says Ephesians 4, 8 through 10. Look that up and see what that is. So it's basically saying that some people call it hell, some people call it Sheol, some people call it Hades, but it's referring to spirits who are in prison, folks. I'm telling you, if you do the translations, it's talking about those that are imprisoned. Now, how would someone be able to escape from that sort of situation? They escape from that sort of situation because Christ allowed them to. He ministered to them. It also confirmed, though, that those that were in hell, they were there for a reason. Now, the ones that are there in hell and they're there for a reason, who do you think those are? And this isn't, I'm not trying to get into a biblical discussion here, but if someone in the audience wants to tell me who you think those beings are, because it kind of reaffirms that they're there for a reason and they're not going anywhere. You could just tell me who you think they are. Oh my gosh. Live to Love. How many thank you books have been taken out of the Bible? About 150. You want to be honest? Yeah, Spongy, you have a good point here. He says everyone went to Sheol or hell until Jesus came. That is reaffirmed in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which a lot of Christians just say is a bunch of hooey, even though it predates the Bible by a long ways. in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the end, if you read the book, which most Christians do not because they've been discouraged from doing it because you die for lack of knowledge, so they want you to die. Okay, but anyways, I'm not going to say you're going to die because you don't read it. But at the end, the best that you could hope for was to sit at a table with your friends and eat ash in a sort of mimicry in a purgatory type state. That's the best you could hope for, right? And you didn't eat food. You were just kind of just going through the motions of being what you were once, a human. It was a purgatorial type state. That was the best you were going to get. You weren't going to go to heaven. Jesus came and he says, look, this is the way it's going to be now. My Father's prepared a place for you. So in a lot of the different translations and text, and not necessarily just this, the Bible that you know of as the Bible, there's a lot of books out there that deal with this. It also talks about those being judged upon and within the earth in Revelations. So what does it say, Ephesians 4:18? What does it say?
When Christ ascended, he led a host of captives, those who had died before his death, and gave gifts to people. It's emphasizing that he first descended into the lower regions of the earth before ascending higher than all heaven to fill all things.
So it tells you right there. So there is this sort of purgatorial type state, which is where the Catholics and the Orthodox and the Protestants, they all kind of get it. They start to get this schism created because they don't want you to believe, the Protestants in particular, that there is a purgatory, because they want to make it absolute. You're either good and you do what we say and you go to heaven, the good place, or you go to the hot country if you don't do what we tell you. That is absolutely not correct. You can end up in the hot country. It absolutely does exist, and you can end up going there. You could also end up in a place where you're just kind of there. Either way, it's not pleasant, but you'd probably rather be somewhere where you have an outside shot, But another part of this is when Jesus, when he goes and he talks to those that are in hell, as some preach, which I don't agree. I think it is a place of the dead, the dwelling of the dead. And that was part of Jesus's plan. And for 3 days he went there, right? And so it was basically like this, a victory. Like he's there to tell those that are there in that purgatory state, I'm here to save you. I came to set the captives free, and you're a captive, and you're here, and you're not enjoying the fruits of heaven. Because the earth, I'm telling you, was run and controlled by Satan. Folks, you need to hear what I got to tell you. Why would he take him up to the top of the mountain and say, look at all the kingdoms, they can all be yours if you would worship me, serve me? And Jesus was like, thanks, guy, but that's not going to happen. This is ridiculous. He's like, my Father, there's many, many rooms up there where my Father's at, and there's gold everywhere, more than you can imagine. Why do I want the kingdoms of this earth? This is meaningless to me. You don't have anything to offer me, and I wouldn't take it anyway. He's the Word made flesh. Why would he do that? So he offers salvation not just for those who are up on the earth and who are living, but those who have passed and now are within the earth, right? Also those living within the earth, because whoever's within the earth he's talking to, they're obviously alive. They may not have a corporeal body like we do, but they have their metaphysical at this point. So Jesus had a very profound understanding of everyone, like whether they're living in the flesh or they're dead or it's up, down, doesn't matter. Oshio says, I don't think the earth is literally hollow, but there are definitely tons of huge chambers and tunnels, some natural, some artificial. Yeah. I don't think it's just a big hollow ball that we collapse through. But
I mean,
you're right,
to be fair, that's what hollow earth means. You pretty much just described it, Osho, Benny.
Yeah.
I think whenever most people use that term, that's what they're referring to.
So anyways, does that make sense? And then someone says he was tapped indirectly to the Father. Absolutely. Joe, what's up, Breezy? Yeah, he must have laughed. I always say that. It's like somebody coming up, hey, buddy. I got this chicken leg here. I ate a couple bites out of it. I got a sign, a bucket. So, guys, squeegee, you should worship me, man. I'll give you all this. Y'all yours. An old shoe. We got an old shoe here. What's up?
I got these cheeseburgers, man.
You want to worship me, man? And you're like, ooh, get away, ooh, brother, ooh, take a bath. Why, brother? What's wrong with you? Nobody's gonna go for that. Jesus is like, yeah, great, yeah, awesome.
Cool. My dad's house is bigger.
The kingdoms of the world could be yours. And he's like, I can go to any world. I don't need this. I'm just here for a limited time and I'll be gone. And my words will live on and everybody will be able to connect with me when I am up in heaven with my Father. I don't need to be here. I don't have to be. Let's put it that way. He did need to be here for us. It wasn't for him needing to be here. We need to be here. Jesus, God, the Holy Spirit does not need us. Make that clear. We need them, him, it. That's the key right there. Exactly. There you go, Alan. See that 513, and they teach what the powers that be want them to teach, because then they get a tax exempt status and they can get rich with earthly riches. Mm-hmm. Because they're really serving mammon. So that's it right there. If you think about purgatory, though, some people believe that Jesus actually was just there to free people from purgatory, and then others claim that Jesus was actually here to go to hell, and that he had to go to hell because his sins were great, because he had taken on all the sins of the world. And then he had to go and be purified. That I don't totally agree with. That was something that I kind of believed when I was younger. And as I learned more about the Bible and the truth about it, one of the problems too, like there are people who are so angry with me because they believe that I'm teaching against the Bible. And it's because they don't believe in the real Bible. They don't know the real Bible. They've never read the real Bible. They don't know what it is because it's been so taken and changed around in this shell game that the church and the state have played with you that you don't know what it is. And so that is a problem. So what they do is they take on this, they take up the mantle to fight you. And they're not playing with a full deck. And you can't win anything if you don't have the full deck of cards. You're just a crazy person. And there's a bunch of them out there. And they'll tell you that it's all based on this very thin Schofield Bible that's been broken down to its bare minimum and rearranged. And that anything outside of that is some kind of like blasphemy. That's not true. That is not the case. And I will tell you this. Jesus, that's not the way the world works. That's not how it works. Okay. You're only getting a part of the Bible. You're only getting so much of it. And that's a problem. And a lot of people get very caught up in their feelings and they get very angry. And that's not a way to be. I mean, because you're not going to get anywhere if you're attacking somebody who's trying to give you the truth and they go into attack mode for something that they learned in Sunday school. These are not scholars. These are not people who've read or done even a third of what I've done. And then they want a fight about it. And it's like, well, you're not even willing to read. And they'll tell you, I won't read that. I won't do that. Well, if you're not willing to read the information and try to disseminate it, then how the heck are you going to fight with me? They're like, I'm not going to read that because that right there, when I was eating 12 patties at Whataburger, I was told by brother Pastor Jack that you were of the devil. You're of the devil, and the devil is evil, bad, wrong, and that's what you are. And you're like, yeah, okay, well, I think you're a lunatic.
It's like showing up to a baseball game with no like glove or bat and thinking you're going to win.
Yep. There's another passage too that you can look up. It's in Matthew, and I don't want to give you the wrong whatever. It's Matthew 24 or Matthew 25. It's Matthew 25. I don't know. Try Matthew 25:44. I don't know if that's what it is or if it's 25:46. I know it's an even number. It's 25 something. But that passage basically, it talks about the separation of the righteous from the wicked. And it tells you like explicitly, like this is what happens. Look it up, see if you can find it. And then I'll stop.
Which
and
was the first one you want me to look at?
It's Matthew 25, 25:44, 25:46, 25:48. It's 40 something. It's one of the even numbers. I know that. But I can't remember.
Well, 44 is the goats, those who did not serve the Lord's people, will respond to the Lord's judgment by asking, Lord, when did you see a hungry or thirsty, a stranger, naked, sick, or in prison, and did not minister
Nothing.
to you?
Yep. Keep going.
Jesus states, this is 45. Jesus states, he will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me.
Very, very important. Keep going.
And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal.
And keep going.
And then we're on to the next chapter. And it came to pass, when Jesus had finished all these sayings, he said unto his disciples, ye know that after 2 days is the feast of the Passover, and the Son of Man is betrayed to be crucified.
Okay. And it was interesting that the Passover feast became the marker. And I believe that is very important because that represents a betrayal. Passover, right? That's something that they celebrate, that they celebrated, the Judeans. And it became the mark of betrayal because they didn't believe that he was the Son of God. To this day, they don't believe he's the Son of God. And so you got to think about some of these things here. And then Spongy says Matthew 25, 1 through 13. Yeah, okay. So 25, 1 through 13. Read that.
Let's see. Let's go back to 25 here. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them, but the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. But the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight there was a cry made, behold, the bridegroom cometh, go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out. But the wise answered, saying, not so, lest there be not enough for us and you, but go ye rather to them that sell, and buy for yourselves. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went in with them to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterwards came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. But he answered and said, verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch therefore, for ye know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh.
Yep. So the New Testament, and if you go through and you read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, you read Peter, Revelations, obviously, you're going to get a lot of information. I mean, that's where it's at. And and a lot of these Gnostics have been labeled Gnostics. If you go back and read it, though, they actually correspond to the truth of what the true New Testament is supposed to be. And we've hitched our wagon to something that is not totally correct. And people get so mad whenever I say that. Breezy's over here talking about, two different ways to celebrate. Orthodox is Moses, Messianic is Christian, and Messianics, yeah. And then it showed, and he says, both are beautiful. I rolled my boy. Yeah, sure. Me too, man. That's what I'm saying, man. I cling to Christ like driftwood in the ocean. I don't do this. People start talking about God's this and God that, and this is God's name and all this stuff. They talk about, they love to use Yahweh. They throw Yahweh out there, but Jesus never refers to him as Yahweh. And then they make excuses saying, not in one of these texts does Jesus ever say that. And then they say, well, you know, he wasn't allowed to because his name was too holy. Are you telling me that the Son of Man, the Son of God, the Word made flesh, could not use God's name? Are you being serious? Why is that? Why would he not? If this is the holiest being that ever walked this planet. Are you telling me that he was not able to say the name of his Father? Says who? The Pharisees? Who y'all are still running around worshiping? Because that's what you worship. You're worshiping him. You're worshiping the Pharisees. And you're doing their bidding, and their descendants. These aren't even really their descendants, but the people that claim they are, and they are not. Look up Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. It gets deep, man. You know, and I don't think a lot of people, they're not ready for that deep water. You know, they're just not ready for that smoke. You need to read more, learn more, and just keep, you know, Josh, are you the Antichrist?
Where is that?
Am I the Antichrist, bub? I don't know. Are you? Because you could be the Antichrist, dude. Who are you?
Hopefully he's just being, what's it called?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Because maybe I said something that he didn't like that he learned in Sunday school. Is that what it was? You don't like what I say, so you say something really horrible and nasty. And then I get persecuted and I get attacked. Do you realize how much attacking I've been put through over the last 2 years? Actually, since the show started, but in particular, the last year and a half, I have endured more slings and arrows than you could possibly imagine. You hear that?
I actually think that was Mellow Jack. Because he's down there.
No, it didn't.
That was the wall, dude. That was
came from like the door stopper.
Yeah, that was the door stopper. I don't know whether it is. So I'm sorry that you feel that way. Actually, I'm not sorry. I don't care if you feel that way or not. If you think that, then leave and don't come back. I'm not going to miss you. I'm going to tell you right now. Yeah, exactly, Breezy. The Antichrist is bigger than one man. It's the Hasatan. It is. You don't know what that is. And it's an entire group of people. So sorry that you feel that I'm the Antichrist. That's fine. Keep saying what you got to say. Do what you got to do. You're just going to go stand in line with the other ignorant bigots, the religious zealots, the morons, those lunatics out there who are not walking toward hell. They're sprinting towards it. And I'm over here trying to tell you what's the truth, what's real, and I get attacked relentlessly because of it. And I didn't have to segue into this. I only did it because, who was it? Sailor Nemesis had a question.
Yeah.
And there she is. Sailor Nemesis says, thank you for the extra time to answer my question. Wolf, always greatly appreciate it. Yeah, and I took it. And I want to say this right now. Well, it's 500 and something people in here, 60 something, 50 something, whatever. My life could be so less complicated and so much easier if I didn't do this. If I didn't do anything, if I didn't say anything that offended people politically, if I didn't say anything that went against the upheld beliefs of the physical flesh and blood Bigfoot community and the so-called dogman community, if I stayed out of the ufology field and I didn't step on their toes, which they keep saying I'm doing, I've been threatened by them. I've been threatened by the vampire cults and the werewolf cults and all these other crazy people. I've been told over and over again to quit talking about the reptilians. They're going to eat my head and they're going to do all this crazy stuff. I've been told that I'm not supposed to talk about all these things. The Christians attack me who are religious zealots who want to believe the Bible the way it is and not the way it was and the way it should be. I get attacked by the Muslims who say that I even had a guy who's Islamic about 2 months ago say he's going to cut my head off.
There's also a guy who said that if you ever stop doing the show,
he
that
was
you're
going
in
to kill
trouble.
me.
Yeah.
And guess what? We stopped doing the show for 5.5 weeks. It didn't kill me.
Mhm.
Maybe he didn't have. Maybe the gas prices were so high under the former president he couldn't drive and do it. Do you see me right now? I am still here talking. And even if you were to unalive me, does that change what has already been started? Is that going to change what has already been begun? Because now what we've done is we've started a movement.
You can kill the man, but not the idea.
You're not going to kill the idea. You can kill anybody. You could kill Martin Luther King. You can kill Malcolm X. You can kill, kill Jesus. I'm not saying they're like Jesus, but I'm just saying those are movements that got started and never stopped. JFK, RFK. You can kill all these people, but you don't stop who they are. You didn't stop what they did and what they stood for. You could murder all the saints. It doesn't change what they said. You try to erase people from history. You ever seen the movie 300?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that Xerxes says to Leonidas, he says, uttering the very name of Sparta or Leonidas will be punishable by death, and I will strike you from the history books. No one will even know you or the Spartans even existed. How did that work out? Because in reality, that's a fictional thing, but Xerxes did threaten them with that. He said he was going to raze their city to the ground, like burn it to ashes, burn the ashes, and kill them all. How'd that work out for him? Alexander did that to the Thebans, and we still know who the Thebans are.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he had a change of heart where he felt terrible about it. But dude, you can tear my house asunder. You can poison my body. You can take my life. You can draw and quarter me and take my head and put it on a pike. And all these zealots of the world can come and spit on it. Is it going to change what has already begun? People are awake now, and people are asking questions. And even if it's just the 40-something thousand on YouTube, along with the other tens of thousands on the other platforms, people are now making questions. And you know what I'm liking, and a lot of my peers aren't liking, is the fact that I've had people telling me, you're doing too much, you're giving them too much. And some of them do it in a joking way, but they're not joking. You know what they're angry about? Because I tell people, I'm the one that told you to go to Social Blade and take a look at everybody's numbers, and I got attacked viciously for that. And one little fat little troll, he was really angry. He came up and was like, "Why?" And he started going off on me and saying a bunch of crap because he thinks he's somebody special. He's not. He was mad about that because I exposed it. I got a bunch of people messaging me telling me, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing? What are you trying to ruin everybody? What? No. Why are you upset about it? What makes you angry about that? The truth being exposed makes you angry? There's a problem there. There's a fundamental problem with that. It's your problem, not mine. Because if you're walking in the light like you claim you are, you wouldn't have a problem with any of that, would you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the key.
If the light burns you or irritates you, well, that's a personal problem. Sorry. Ain't nothing we can do about it.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
They told me that I'm never gonna. I will never have enough material to do what I want to do. I said, there's so much material out there. Every human being on this earth has a story. Because we're living the flip side, the inverted. And you're thinking that this mundane life that you're walking around living, that's the real reality. It's not the real reality. Folks, I'm telling you, Jesus came to bring you out of that. And I'm sitting here telling you what you need to do, that Jesus is giving people the authority in your life to try to help you. I'm not saying it's me. I'm saying people in general. There are good people out there. The first story encounter, whatever we talked about tonight, Danica. Good people stepped up and fought together to free her from the bondage of sin and evil and deliver her family from this evil demonic entity. You want to know the history of it? Tiamat from the Sumerian culture. She had a war with her son Marduk for the murder of her husband. She may have been the one that maybe bioengineered these creatures. And now their spirits roam the earth, seeking those which they can tear down and destroy. You got to pay attention, because that's what those creatures are. Those Minotaur are absolutely Nephilim. That's what they are. They're fragmented beings from a world that's a bygone era that doesn't exist anymore. That's what they are. Why do you think they put you in the maze? That goes back to the Cretan bull. Do you know the story? I don't have time to tell you about it tonight, but go look it up. Look up the bull of Crete. The Cretans held sway in the Mediterranean long before the mainland Greeks ever had a chance. They had to give of their sons and daughters over to the bull of Cretan. The Cretans would come to the mainland and tell them, give us your sons and daughters to sacrifice to our God. And the Minotaur would devour their flesh after it chased them around the maze. And there was a Colosseum where they could see the people running through the maze, people begging for help. Oh, this creature did what it did. The bull god. It was once worshipped as a god. It's not a god. It's a fallen. That's what it is. And it's unfortunate that people don't understand it. They don't understand. They don't grasp what that is. They don't get it. And maybe some people never will. If I could reach just one person to understand, maybe it's all worth it. All the attacks and the non-stop attacks. That's every day. Every day. You know what that means? Every day I wake up, they're slinging more and more and more. They're talking about my wife, trying to paint the picture that she's a loose woman that done all this horrible thing. She's not. They've tried to paint the picture that I hurt women and children and that I'm some sort of weird sicko that has all these weird proclivities. I'm not. I'm a normal human being who's lived a pretty colorful life, but I've also tried to fight the good fight. I don't do these evil, vile things that they claim I do. I wouldn't be sitting here saying the same thing every week, trying to get you to wake up. If I was that person, I wouldn't care about you. This would be just to make money and take it. See you later. Take it easy. We're not making a lot of money, folks. This isn't a money-making venture. But I'm here several times a week trying to reach you and retelling people's encounters. And that's something that I love doing. It's fun, but it's also very informative. And you got to understand something, folks. If you pay attention, you're going to learn something. I promise you, you will not walk away from an episode didn't learn something.
Not walking away empty-handed. Bless you. Bless you. Tell him bless you, Leo. Go on, tell him. Go on, tell him bless you.
He knows how to talk. He just didn't speak around very much.
Go on, don't be rude.
And LTL says, you guys have been a total blessing to listen to and very informative. We're all good people here. Wolf, you're a borderline genius with your knowledge of history of all kinds. Dang. Well, I'm offended. You said borderline genius. My IQ is well above genius.
Not good enough. Redo it.
Not good enough. Redo it. I'm kidding. Been YouTubing. Pretty cool. Been YouTubing. I love the World War II history. We'll keep it up. Yeah, and I try to tell you the real truth that nobody wants to talk about. And then people say things about me on there too. They say that I'm saying things that you just don't like the truth. You know, there's a comedian, you know, Jim Gaffigan?
Yeah.
And Jim Gaffigan, he says, people are like, well, I would eat fish if it just didn't taste so fishy. He goes, I got news for you. You don't like fish.
Yeah.
That's how they are. They're like, I would like to hear the truth if it wasn't so truthy. Well, guess what? You don't really like the truth. That's what it is. You want to believe the nonsense that's been spoon-fed to you since you were a child. These things were ingrained in you as a child. And you think that that's the real world, that that's the way it is. Some of these people, his down is really following me. Some of these people, they literally learn these things in Sunday school from some half-informed person, and that probably wasn't a bad person. They just didn't know. And they still carry that with them for the rest of their lives. These are not very informed and educated people who've gone through seminary and all this other. Most of these people haven't, but they act like they're the theologians that know the entire. I don't even know it all. And I've read tons and tons and tons of information. And my gift is that I'm able to retain a lot of it. Now, once it's time to move on, I can move on, but I can always go back. I have to struggle sometimes remembering the Bible verses, but I know where they're at. I know what, I'm in the ballpark, and we can find them. But when you've read thousands of books, it's going to get kind of hard at some point. So that's the long short of it. It just, And so anyways, folks, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being a part of what makes PRT. And no, I'm not the Antichrist, Bub, or whatever his name is. Sorry you feel that way. But if you say something that somebody doesn't like, then automatically you're evil. Because it hurts their ears. Because you're destroying their paradigm. They have been brought up to believe a certain paradigm. And if you go against it, like I said, I could not talk about any of this, religion, politics, anything, and I would have a bigger audience.
Oh, definitely.
We would have a bigger audience, but you wouldn't be getting the truth, would you? Because when you know the truth and you don't speak it, that's like lying. It is.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people out there who say, oh, if his mouth's moving, he's lying. What you just said was a lie.
Yeah.
And you continue to do it, and you continue to lie, and you will do it until you die because you were convinced that you are in the right. And there's no going, these people will never change. They have a hatred in their heart. It burns in them. And Satan dwells within them. I mean, because you can see it. They're attacking those that try to bring you out of the darkness. They'll hamstring you. They'll shoot you in the Achilles. They'll keep you, and you'll fall with them into the pit. Jesus says we die for lack of knowledge, folks. You got to learn. At some point, you got to grow up, and you got to put the big boy pants on and stop running around with the Sunday school class, because that's not where you're not gonna learn. You can feel good. You can go listen to these big preachers and feel good, and clap and sing, and that's good. That's fine, whatever. But are you gonna get anywhere with that? Where is the truth? And go back and listen to the show we did with James Bartley on Friday.
That was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Because me and James go back and forth about the reptilians and the vampires and all that. You need to understand something, folks. The war that's going on that you think is a physical thing or a spiritual thing. It bleeds over into the physical. It goes back and forth, and it's deadly. It's a poisonous thing, and you need to be aware of it. Thank you, Ona. It says, Wolf, your channel, you say whatever you want. Keep telling the truth. Our rewards are not of this world. When I do this show, I don't do it with anybody in mind that's in my audience. I better pander to a certain element of my audience. I don't care. And they're like, oh, well, so-and-so's never going to work with you. So-and-so won't do a show with you. So-and-so, who the heck? I don't care about so-and-so. Who is so-and-so that I care? Who are they?
It's their loss.
I got networks asking me for witnesses and this and that and this and that, and we'll do this, we'll do that. Why would I care?
You just do the show, say what needs to be said. Whoever likes it, likes it. Whoever doesn't. It's a personal problem.
It's true.
Doesn't change anything. I mean, if it's worked up to this point, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, why would you tell someone to like start caring about that now, about something so insignificant after they have a winning formula?
Yep.
And see, here's the misunderstanding in that. Lunchbox says, bro, he's an enemy troll. Let it go. It was a dart meant to derail and distract your focus. You know this. Dismiss it with a short statement of your belief in Lord Jesus Christ. Rebuke it. No, I think it's important. See, that's the thing. It's important to see. That's a teachable moment. When you see someone say something like that, let people see it. Now you see, first of all, you see what's going on and how the people attack, right? But then you get it now, right? But you also get to see, not only did someone say that, but this is how the world reacts to you, and they're going to react to you. And this is most important. because it's not about me. It's about you. And each individual watching this show right now and is hearing this message, whether it's on a replay or it's live, the world will attack and react to you that way when you bring them the truth. The world is subjugated right now, folks, and don't balk. Don't balk and go, okay, and back down. Do what you got to do. Because when the world comes at you, they're going to tell you that you're wrong. They're going to call you the Antichrist, and they're going to say that you are evil and you're bad and that everything you're saying is wrong. And nothing could be further from the truth. They're the ones that are far from the truth. Right? So don't let these people win. So it's important that I push that issue on purpose. There's a reason for it. I want people to see, because it's going to happen to you. They're going to say those things to you, and they're going to level these crazy charges at you. And a lot of people can't take it. They can't endure it, and they'll crumble. They'll fall because they don't have what it takes. The woman, I guess you call her the protagonist, the first encounter stories that we told. Danica, what did she do? She was afraid.
Yeah.
She was afraid. Another thing, too, she was afraid of what other people would think of her, too. Would they see her as crazy or weak? I mean, they were
public ridicule.
The ridicule was part of it, too, because they were making her into like a crazy, but they're like, this woman's crazy. She's a crazy person. On top of all the fear and the horror that she was enduring, she had to like wonder if people are going to look at her and think that she's insane. Because the final indignation, on top of everything else you're going to suffer for your faith in Christ, is people are going to say you're crazy. They're going to call you evil, and they're going to say everything in the book. They're going to flip the script, and it's opposite day. That's what they do. So that's my point in it. And so Lunchbox says, see, this is making energy right here. But he says, but much energy, time, and emotion you burned up on it? No, dude. It's not in vain. It's not anger. That was the fact that he said that, that's not a good thing that he thinks like that, but it's a good thing in the way that it's a teachable moment. Everybody can see this is how you deal with that.
Just like in the story, when she was afraid until someone showed up and led by example, and started rebuking all that demonic nonsense.
A strong person who went out there strong in the faith.
Somebody has to lead by example and show you this is how it's done. This is what you do.
And when somebody says something crazy like that, just laugh at it. All you can do is laugh at it. You know, I mean, because in the end, who is the fool, right? I mean, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with foolish people, right? Not Watcher says, thank you, Josh and T, for another great show. The knowledge laughs are appreciated. You guys rock. What do you think of David? Well, I'm not going to get into that. Port Alaska. I'm not going to get into that. No, nothing against you, Alex. I just don't want to broach that. He's a very galvanizing figure one way or the other. And then Lunchbox goes on to say, I see your point. Personally, I don't give it my time, but you have a good view of it. Your view serves to help others by example. The only time I've really felt the need to like have to get really angry or upset is when they're attacking innocent people. Now, you could make the argument that I'm innocent, but I'm not. I'm not innocent because I engage back with them. Because, yes, initially you're innocent when they attack you, but when you retaliate, then you become part of the war. But there's a season for everything, and there's a time that you have to go to war. You have to defend what's yours. You have to defend yourself. You have to defend those that you love, care about, and are close to. And when you pray, that's one thing you should do. Is this something you do when you pray? I'm going to ask this question. When you pray, do you say, Lord God, be with and protect and give guidance unto those that I love, care about, and that I am close to? Your prayer should be something like this. I'm going to say it. Okay, I'm going to say a prayer, and this is a prayer, but this is how I pray. I say, Lord God, I come unto you in the name of Jesus. I ask these things in Christ's name. These things are done according to your holy will. Lord God, be with and protect and give guidance unto those we love, care about, and are close to, and everyone that they love, care about, and are close to. Lord, I ask that those that are not saved and not Christians, that they become saved and accept Christ into their heart and deny evil and repent of their past sins and transgressions and cling to what is good and righteous. I ask these things in the name of Christ. I ask you to touch the enemy's hearts and that you change them and turn them from their evil ways, and that they cease their attacks, and that they cease the evil that they do unto their fellow man, including me and my family, and that those that they are close to. Turn them away, turn their wrath away from us, that they point their arrows away from us. I ask these things in the name of Christ. I ask that you be with and protect and give guidance unto us. Take us to our destinations safely, physically, mentally, and spiritually safe and sound today, tonight, tomorrow night. Take the evil from our mind, bodies, and souls. Help us to have a good day and a good night upon this earth. Thank you for our good health and our freedom, and please allow us to keep it, but only if it is your will. Help us to achieve in our goals and our endeavors, if they pleases you. Lord God, I ask you to help us to find favor in the people's eyes and keep it, but only if it is your will. And I ask us to especially find favor and keep it if it is your will. Please help us to find favor in your eyes. Please help us to do the things that we need and want to do, but only if it pleases you, God. These things I ask in the name of Christ. I ask you to allow us to keep working as long as we need to, without problems. Your will be done. Amen. That's how I pray. And you can take that and you can do what you want. If you don't want to pray, don't pray. But I promise you that is the way. It's what works. There are a lot of evil, bad, supernatural things out there in this world. And it is part of the real world that we live in. I'm a firm believer in that. These people come to us all the time. You'll see it tomorrow night on the show too. And, and the people who say and do the bad things, they are compelled to do these things by evil. Somebody made that person say those things to do that. And it's an everyday thing in my life. It's every day. And I've had older and bigger channels tell me, hey, man, keep your chin up because it's going to get worse before it gets better. They get attacked constantly. Some people do what's popular. Some people do what they think is fun. I do what I think is right. And when people come to me with their situations, I try to give them the best advice I can. And I'm not always correct, but I tell them this is what I always say. And if you're somebody who've talked to me about this, and some of you in the chat are, I'll tell you this. This is what I would do. This is how I would handle this. This is how I have handled this. And then I'll tell you, this is what others have done, what has worked and what hasn't. And the first part of the prayer every day before you get up, I always say, Lord God, I come unto you in the name of Christ. I ask you to forgive me for my sins. I'm a sinner, and I've committed many sins throughout yesterday, last night, and this day up until now. Thank you for your blessings upon me. Thank you for allowing me to be alive. Thank you for my good health and my freedom throughout yesterday, last night, and this day of life so far up to now. Help me to keep my good health and my freedom for the rest of my days. Your will be done. Amen. And you pray in the name of Christ. Right? That's how you should pray. And you should pray all day long. Jesus says to constantly be in prayer. I am all day long. That doesn't make me holy. That makes me a man who is a sinner, who screws up, who makes mistakes, who drives in traffic and gets mad and is like, okay, look at the way you're driving. Where did you get your license? In a Lucky Charms box? I thought it just had the marshmallows, but I guess they're giving out licenses now. Oh, I'm getting upset with you. Why is this guy doing this? Look how slow he's turning. Oh my gosh, this guy's making me mad. You're on the phone with somebody and they're like, I wish I could help you, sir, but I don't give a damn. I'm in Bangladesh. And you're like, I don't care about you. You do this all day long. You get mad. Clients calling. Like, are your guards like retarded or something? And you're like, oh, okay. Where are you from? California. I'm like 20. I mean, I'm like literally your boss. I'm like, oh my gosh, really? God bless you. And you think rotten things about people. You're like, that guy is just smarted off, dude. I could take this hand and Thanos snap him into another dimension. And just, you're talking to somebody like, is there anything you can do? They're like, find their fingernails. I don't know what you can do. You could go stand up in that line over there. I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know. And you're just like, I could take that fingernail, thing and just use it as a Chinese throwing star. These things happen. You get mad, you snap at people you shouldn't, you're angry, you're mean. Yeah. And by the end of the day, you're just like, I hate life. And you're like, no. Clean yourself, cleanse your heart. Because if these things aren't popping into your head, and the people that are saying all these crap, and you're like, I wish I could smack these people into another dimension. Guess what? You're not a human being. And you're not feeling that, then you're a saint. You're an angel. You've already transcended. You don't need to hear what I'm saying. I don't even know why you're watching my channel. You already know all the mysteries of the universe. You figured it out, because I haven't. I sin every day. I think angry, aggressive thoughts. And yes, don't try to say people lie. My wife is like, hey, did you get what I asked? And I'm like,
See what happened.
The HEB burned down. I'm sorry. It's crazy. Yeah, you're
not gonna believe this. But
I rescued 100 people in there. The rest of them, got out the back. And then my wife drives by. Look, they rebuilt it that fast. Modern technology, 3D printing. And my wife's looking at me like, you.
And that's why I couldn't get the milk.
And sorry that I forgot the non-fat milk.
I had to go help Spider-Man fight Godzilla, and it was just a big old thing. He was there. He'll vouch for me.
I'm going to confess something right now. I was showing my wife the other day. It was a while back, and she was like, are they showing this movie? And I did not want to go. And I was just like, well, I just looked it up, and guess what? It's not in the theater anymore. It was at another theater. I don't want to drive south. And I was looking at football scores. I'm sorry, honey. I lied. I'm a criminal. A freaking criminal. Admit it. Yeah, I know. And my wife's probably sitting there going like, what, you piece of crap? You don't deny it. You do things that are not correct. You do things that are not right. I've said some things that I just, because I don't want to deal with it. And people say something, and then they're like, they'll come up to me at the gym and be like, hey, I was going to tell you about the show. I'm like, I'm totally going, not listening to what these people are telling me. I'm just pretending so I can go back to my sets because I got to work out. And then I think later on, that is not right. I could just tell them the truth and go, hey, I'm really busy right now. I got something going on, but I am interested in what you have to say because I am. But let me do what I got to do, and then I'll be back to you. But we don't do that, do we? We get caught up in our humanness, and we don't. And then we snap at people, and they think you're a big a-hole because they don't know the day you've just had. They don't know that you nearly died by driving on I-35, which happens around here all the time in Austin. Somebody asked me one day, they're like, do you gamble? I was like, yeah, every time I get on I-35, I gamble. And I actually got that joke from Arash. But I told someone else that the other day, and that lady started laughing, and she was like talking about gambling, and because they wanted me to sign the deal to try to make gambling whatever. And I was like, what does it matter? Every state around us has it. It doesn't, it's going to happen regardless. You know. But I'm sitting there like, yeah, I gamble. I get on I-35 and I go up and down the highway. I gamble with my life, But the point is that you do these things and you snap at people, you say things that are rude, you argue, and they say bad things about you. And then the people are like, well, you shouldn't be that guy's friend. That guy's been mean to this. Who cares? That person's having a bad day. So what? You forgive and you move on. Forgiveness is the hardest thing you'll ever do. I'm going to leave you with this. Learn to forgive yourself, because that's been the hardest thing for me, is to forgive myself for a lot of the things that have happened in my past. And it's been an Achilles heel. People have attacked me through that, and they've guilted me through that because I'm not a sociopath, and I feel horrible about some of the things, the way they went with people. But there's no making it up to those people, because some of those people, not all of them, but some of them, they've got a demonic attachment, and that's talking through them. You're not even talking to them anymore. The demon on them is talking to them, and he's going to come at you when you're asleep, when you're vulnerable, whatever. So you can't even let those people in. Don't even entertain them. And sometimes they're your own family. They're your friends, and you got to just go, I'm done with this person until they can get themselves right. And if you have the energy, you help them. If you don't, you got to move on. I'm sorry that this show's gone on this long.
Someone actually here?
Yeah. This
Okay.
this time somebody's actually here.
I was gonna say, don't tell me this
Be
happened again.
careful opening that. I don't want unlock it because Leo could fly off your shoulder and take off. So that's the key, folks. That's it. And you sin every day. You sin every day. And some people are so pious in their fake piety and their pride. They act like if you're a sinner and you're confessing the sin, well, guess what? You're a horrible, bad person. Because I'm not. You're admitting that you commit sin.
You're a bad man.
I don't sin.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you see? Bad.
And when I poop, gold bars come out. You know. Rainbows and unicorns when I fart. And when I, and you're like, yeah, dude, yeah, whatever. Okay? Because the truth is we all do this. Every one of us falls short of the glory of God. If you say you don't, you're lying. And everybody lies. And everybody cheats. And I'm not talking about cheating on your wife or your husband or whatever. I'm talking about cheating. Like, you do. Everybody does it, and it's wrong, and you feel terrible about it. I'm not going to lie. And it seems like something
cheat
small.
Yourself.
But by the end of the day, it becomes like I cheated 3 or 4 times in one day. And I thought about it at the end of the day, and I was like, dude, what the heck did I do? I was at Juice Land. And I know this is a small thing, but they add up.
Mm-hmm.
It adds up. By the end of the day, you're going like, geez, dude, what kind of person am I now? I'm not this person. I was in a hurry. And I saw this lady kind of not paying attention, and I was like, I got to get this. I got to get my dream of Greenie. That's a shake. Okay. But I needed it. I need it. So like a crack fiend, I got in front of her and was like, yes, I'm next. And the lady turns around, and I'm just looking at her like, I'm not going to look at her. I'm just going to order. I'm in a hurry. I had to go to Costco too. Come on now. And she just looked at me. So I felt really bad. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'll pay for her drink. And I didn't. Because she kept looking at me, and then she got more and more angry. And then I convinced myself that she had demon face. I'm like, ooh, maybe she's a demon. That's why I did it.
Yeah.
She was a demon. But that's not the reason you did it. The reason I cut in line from her because I was in a hurry and I had to go to Costco. And then I get to Costco and did the same thing. I know. There's this big long line.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kind of cut in and acted like I was with someone. And this guy goes, excuse me, sir, excuse me. And I'm like, no, nah, eh? He didn't, and then he couldn't speak Spanish. So then I
no
did
English.
So no. I just told him, I said, ¿Tú habla español? And he's like, no, I don't. I said, oh, okay, no problem. I know, I okay, I stand here. I turned around, I'm like, why am I acting like this? Why am I doing this? This is not right. But I was in a hurry, right? I was in a hurry. And there was a lady waiting for the gas pump. I got up in there because I was in a hurry. At the end of the day, I took an evaluation of myself, and I thought, what in the hell was wrong with me? Being in a hurry is not an excuse for cutting in line and lying to people and being a turd. And I'm not even lying, dude. But I told you, Anthony, what happened.
Mm-hmm.
We were just kind of all sitting around joking, and I said, okay, look, one time when you weren't looking, I dipped your cup in the toilet and gave it to you, drank it. Come on now.
I don't know about all that.
I'm joking.
Joke's on you. I'm into that.
Oh my gosh. But the point is that it happens. Not that. I never did that before in my life. But you see what I'm saying? And there's things that only you and God know. And you did them. You did them. But if you say that you don't do these things, or you haven't done these things, or you haven't been, sometimes somebody will, like, have you ever done this? Somebody gives you your food and you didn't pay for it and you just act like, oh, it's okay. That's something I did when I was younger. I haven't done that in probably 20 years, but I did it. I did it. And then I thought about it later. I was like, what if I got that person fired? Right? It's a little thing to you. When you're walking out of the bathroom and you throw a paper towel and it lands on the floor, do you pick it up? It seems like a small thing, right? But do you? Because somebody has to do that job. They have to go and they have to pick up your paper towel, and if you are a guy and you urinate all over the place, somebody has to mop and clean that up. Do you think that's right?
Leaving the shopping cart wherever.
No, everybody does that. I mean, it's still not right.
That's why it's a good example.
But it's a good example. But I'm saying, like, some of this stuff is a little more egregious, you know. But it's not correct. It's not correct behavior. Every day you sin. And those are small things. But there's people that do big things. I thank God that right now I can't think of anything really big that I've done. I'm trying to think, like, I mean, I haven't gotten any fights or anything in months, or, you know, it's been, but that's good. That's a good thing. I was training last year. I got hit in the eye. I got really mad, and I retaliated when I sparred with that person. It wasn't correct the way I behaved. I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of the things that I've done. So that's where we're at. You know, it's just the way it is, dude. You do things and you know it's not correct. You know it's wrong. And all you can do is tell God, I'm a sinner. I've committed many sins. Forgive me. Right? Sometimes you tell people because you need them to do something and you give them a bullshit story. It's the truth, man, that you do it. I mean, you don't like go into an elaborate story, but you're like, hey, man, somebody called in. I got to, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I've done that. You know, and you think that the end justifies the means, but you got to remember all of this is being kept track, and you're building up that bad karma, and it's not correct, and you're going to have to pay it like a credit card. It's not free money. All right, folks, we love you. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry for the rant or whatever. But you know, we'll be here tomorrow night. Right? Tomorrow night, we'll be back. Thank you for everybody who donated and helps the show keep it going and doing what it does. Thank you so much, Rita Burnett. She's an MVP, always comes through, big time, helps.
Yeah.
But if you are someone who is on a fixed income or someone who doesn't make a lot of money, don't donate.
All you have to do is hit the like button.
Hit the like button, subscribe.
And let the ads play.
That helps. And hit that notification bell. Show up and listen and hear what we're talking about. Pray for the people, too, who go through these things, and that the others won't have to be afflicted with this, because it does seem like it's ramping up and it's becoming more and more prevalent. And I don't want that. I don't. Right? It may be stories to you and I at times, but it's, to me, I guess it's more real, you know, but they're not just stories. They're people's encounters. People suffer from these things. The supernatural is real, folks. All right, man. Be protected. Stay prayed up. Pray for one another and for yourselves and your family and your neighbors and your friends. We love you. Good night.